Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Flying with Mike. We are going to do a flight, as you can tell, in the Rotate MD-11 out in the Far East. We're going to take off we're in the Hong Kong area, but we're not taking off from VHHH or even the old VHHX, Kai Tak. Nor are we heading up to Guangzhou. UPS, I'm not sure if they're intentionally hubbing here or if they're just using this because it's easier in and out than Hong Kong. But we're in a place called Shenzhou, Shenzhen, China, which is just a little bit up the bay, north of Hong Kong, south of Guangzhou. Now, FedEx pulled a lot of its operations up to Guangzhou. Although both still, just like anywhere else in the world, they usually still hit the major airport. Here, they've chosen for UPS here. And whereas in LA, yeah, they still have a flight maybe that actually goes to LAX. The majority go to Ontario. FedEx still has a big operation in LA. They also have one in Ontario. Again, trying to find an easier way in, out with all the traffic. A really good example for UPS, Chicago. They used to have a pretty cool little hub right there in the Cargo City area, south side of the airport. Well, they've now moved to Rockford. Now, I don't know if that's meant to be a new sort hub, still keeping a little bit of that behind, but they've kind of moved to Rockford, away from the congestion of O'Hare and Midway. So, just to give you a little idea, these things do really happen and that's why they happen, but it takes sometimes quite a bit because when you're so set in, in that location, it's very difficult to change your chains up to getting the freight to and from the airport. So, but enough of that. You know, um, let's get into what we're all here to, and that's enjoy flying with Mike and enjoy the MD-11 here, an aircraft on its way out. Took a while, although the airlines kind of kicked them pretty quick to the side. Cargo gobbled them up, and they have been using them fiercely for quite a while now, better part of 20, 30 years. So, and they still live on, folks. So, all right, stand by. Message coming in from the boss. Up, she has made it to babysitting duty with the one of the newest grandkids. Awesome deal. And you're probably wondering why am I not? I didn't know if I would be in the way, so I kind of hung back. So that's why she's there. However, I do get to enjoy our oldest granddaughter and our kind of weird to say this middle granddaughter. She's gonna be a middle child. Oh, I better not say that too loud for my youngest daughter. Oh, she won't. Anyway, folks, we're gonna have fun today. At least this is the only flight that I have planned today. Nothing says we may just decide to continue on once we get to Taipei. Taipei is where we're headed in Taiwan. So, all right, folks. So we'll be right back after the break. I show it started and we'll get into pre-flight. And I always love when it tells me, there goes. I sit here and I watch my computer and the ad never starts and it's telling me we're now 20 seconds into when it told me and it's finally going. So I kind of got an idea now how long the delay is. But folks, hopefully you all are having a great Friday Eve, otherwise known as Thursday, unless unless you live here in Hong Kong. It's tomorrow already. That was a good coffee break, but a good, leave that out there. It is tomorrow here. Kind of fun to, when you play with time zones, it's always fun, folks. Now, granted, I have accelerated the time because it was just after midnight, but still, it's already Friday here. All right, so they'll be coming out of the ad here any moment. Folks, I want to welcome you back. And again, we're going to get in, we're going to pre-flight this, but I want to leave before we head into the cockpit. Think about this. Remember, I told you it's Friday Eve? Okay. Now, what that actually means is it's Thursday, right? Maybe? Here in Hong Kong, it's already Friday. Gotta love time zones. All right, let's get up in the cockpit and have some fun. All right. Also, while you're here in the cockpit, folks, before I bring up Sim Toolkit, look at the trees. This is something I just love about Flight Sim. Um, I was with the Microsoft side of the house up into FSX. That's where I left in 2020. Jumped the boat finally. I wanted to jump way back and when FSX started, not because FSX was horrible, whole lot of other things Microsoft I just couldn't. I just had problems with. And I if I could get away completely from Microsoft, I would. And I say that today, folks. Oh wait, I'm on the flight sim, but outside of gaming, I want away from them too. Um, so uh, this came along. Hawker 125, our moderator, when he's able, um, kept pushing, kept pushing, kept pushing to try X-Plane 11. Well, the computer I had, which was running FSX, just like you see it now, granted with Orbix and this and that to help the scenery, but um, he kept pushing. The new computer, I was thinking about, okay, we can still play with our PMDG and this and that. I said, you know what? Let's get a fresh start. So we jumped and took a look at The nice thing is you can jump, look at X-Plane and go, do I like it? Do I not? You can actually do it for free. But I ended up buying it. Folks, it's you don't lose your arm, your leg, your other arm, your other leg, and then have to go to your next two neighbors down and take all of their arms and legs to be able to afford it. And I found one, it had drastically changed from when I tried it back when FSX came out. Not X-Plane 11, this would have been X-Plane 6. Drastically changed. And I had heard the big change with, I think it was X-Plane 8. Anyway, but that old dog doesn't want to break something that isn't broken. Well, the computer was broken. So we got the new computer. Had X-Plane 11 already installed, optimized by that wonderful company, X-Force. Thank you. And they've helped me out in a couple of jams I've gotten into. Just a phenomenal company. And lo and behold, it's a learning curve. Once you got over that, I went, oh my God, how much better this is. Now you can sit there and go, well, the eye candy is so much better in that other thing. Fine, if that's what you're in it for. I'm in it to fly it. And I was enjoying the flight. So much so, I'm still in it and I will never go back. Sorry, folks. You lost me. I'm not paying hundreds and hundreds of dollars just for the sim, let alone the hundreds and hundreds of dollars to the the companies that support it. So I came to explain phenomenal. I mean, it's better than what the other company ports in the 737. That Zibo, folks, is phenomenal. Probably, I'm going to not say probably, is the best flight sim 737 next to the real 737 sims the real pilots fly in. Oh, wait, and it's free on top of it. The 747 from Felis, well, yes, we got to pay for it, but we still keep our arms and our legs. Even the flight factors, while I won't boast they're stupendous, they are unbelievably really good sims. They have their problems, but they're catching up and they'll be up there pretty decently. And then you throw Tolus in the max and you got it, folks. So, why I went on this little rabbit hole for a good 10 minutes, maybe less. Look at the trees out here. If you weren't watching, I kept it this way intentionally so you might be watching. Folks, you never had that in FSX. The first time I ever saw scenery objects affected by wind was DCS, Digital Combat Sim. Maybe BMS for Falcon 4. Maybe. But I know in DCS, you would sit on the line there and you could watch the grass behind the aircraft waving in the thrust. Same here. You see the trees blowing in the wind. Just amazing. I know Austin, he's already said it. He's working on that grass. Granted, we don't have tall grass here. He's working on all of that, folks. Hope you all see that. This has been X-Plane 12 from the beginning. I noted this in some of our Caribbean stuff. Just amazing, that level of detail. Same as that level of detail Tolus will do when you watch the caterer trucks or the air stair pull up, the leveling blocks go down. It just, that's the kind of level of detail, folks. You guys can go, but that's my house over there. Okay, great, wonderful. In 2D. I mean, come on, folks. So, and it's always dreary looking. This has a more real atmospheric look to it. Ah, just, I love sitting here. I mean, I could almost put this up on my sim and just say, oh, I love my office. But that's not what we're here for today. We're here to fly to Taipei. So let's get Sim Toolkit up here and ruin this scene. Oh, there it went. All right, but I just wanted to point that out. Some things you all don't think about. Some of you are way more learned than I am in flying. Okay, fine, whatever. I just wanted to point that out. All right, so here is what we have going on, folks. Now, Hong Kong Airport, south of us, is staffed up to ground. Also, one point to make sure, U.S. pilots that may be home for the week because we had Memorial Day Monday. So they may have just said, you know what, the heck with the rest of the week, we're taking it all off. Good for you. Good for you. All right. Here we will be on 122.8 the whole flight, takeoff to landing. We don't go to common traffic. That is only in the United States. 48 contiguous, maybe Alaska, maybe Hawaii. It's whatever falls under BAT USA. So you won't be seeing me talking about CTAF or anything like that. It's not in play here. We are over in China. So just wanted to get that out real quick. Uh, so when we depart, we'll be on 128. When we land, taxi, do whatever, 122.8. Hopefully, controllers and pilots get this in them that guess what? In VAT USA, you're supposed to be switching them to the common traffic frequency or pilots switching to it. So we saw it last flight where they didn't, and that was a shame. So because he ground cannot clear you for takeoff, that's done by tower. If tower's not there, you put them on common traffic. Now, granted, in the real world, there would have been a tower. So, but anyway, we digressed again. Let's get into here. All right, we're flying cargo. There's what our beautiful plane today looked like when she flew. Today's loadout, 160,280 pounds. We're going to have a zero fuel weight of 422,457. And we're blocking out of here with just, well, we could be right at 45,000 pounds of fuel. Today, we're taking 16 UPS employees from here to Taipei with 157,000 pounds. So all of this adds up to that number. Don't ask me what their numbers are here. I don't know. We're planning runway 15 out of here, 23 right into Taipei, and there's our route. And if you're curious, I'll throw it in the chat one more time. Also, folks, real quick, be remiss if we're in a commercial break and you think you missed something in the pre-brief, in the flight, in this or that. Hey, head over to our YouTube channel. We try to put these up there. Every flight, irregardless if we crash, if we land spectacularly, you will see that flight up there. All right, so today's flight, though, I will tell you, appears to be flown at 29,000 feet. Appears. Not a big metrics guy, and I don't think I got my metrics paperwork next to me. We'll do the best we can with altitudes. Without center, it looks like we'll be at 29,000 for about an hour and a half or so. All right, now with this information, let's press on to the weather. Okay, everything here is metrics. So metrics or meters and metrics. So it's meters per second, MPS. So 060 at 5. I really like miles per hour better than meters per second because I don't know what that is. 5, that's 5 times 60. Yeah, I mean. Variable wind 020 to 080. We actually, if a runway change would not be in order. Huh. I have to think about it. It's nearly a direct cross. We'll look at it. Across the pond or the ditch, whatever we want to call it, to Taipei, a direct crosswind for 23 right. We're going to be looking at 320 at 3 knots. That is so much easier to figure out than what's 5 meters per second. Because that to me sounds like almost 60 mile an hour. Actually, more than that. Sorry, folks. Oh, okay, it's meters, so I get it. It backs down, but still. A few clouds of 15 scattered. Beautiful day. Now we could run into visibility issues. We could. That temperature dew point spread, folks, could lend the word to the word fog. We'll see how this plays out as we go. Up here, it's also there, but with this number here, I don't know. Is it breezy or is it not? Looking out my window, it sure looked breezy. And I'm going to go ahead and file a flight plan for VATSIM. He says cautiously, there we go. And how close are we on this? Doable, not doable? I think doable still. All right, and I need my RNAV data. All right, and RVR 75, UPSD. We're going to shoot for a 1640Z departure. All right, there we go. Flight plans filed. Go ahead and pull out Sim Toolkit. We'll be back to this time a couple more times to get our takeoff data and our landing data. So we will return to this. So while we're before we break away totally, we go ahead and bring SimBrief in. Again, I have added this with this little option here, your tab manager option down here in the corner. Just click that and you can put in what you want. All right. Oop, ah. All right. So we're doing the UPS flight. Let's view it. Oh, come on. Stand by. We've been having some kind of issues here lately. There it is. All right. Oh, I think I know what happened. I did change it. All right. So 1640 release number 2. You can see it all there. Okay, we'll be playing in the runway analysis. This is that new feature that released this week, folks. Phenomenal so far. I'm not going to say it's hitting it right on the nail, but boy, it's giving you something to work with. And I really, really like it. So we'll be back to that section here later on in the flight. All right. So just wanted to let you know we will not, and I'm sorry for the folks at TopCat, not be using TopCat today. That's a big one we like to put on. But today, I think we're going to opt a little different. We're going to try it 100% and see how it goes. Just bringing up our cockpit lighting. And I don't think I have any down here, but it's always good to check. All right. With that, folks, let's get ready to load this plane up. How's that sound? Okay, first things we got to do. Okay, we got our sim flight. We went through sim brief. We showed the flight. We're taking off 15 as of right now. Landing 23 right. We've got the flight loaded. We need to start loading the plane. Okay, so load. Okay, now if you go, hang on, to this website. This is the checklist I'm using. Now, it is basically the checklist, and I think it may actually be in your MD-11 folder for the tutorial flight, El Paso to Memphis. That's the one I did. What I did is I flew a second flight, my own picking of destination arrival, using all that data minus, it actually being El Paso to Memphis. So that way I can start working the difference in, features of the aircraft. And then I just started streaming with it. Oh yeah, we've had our mistakes with it. Our tours of Lambert International Airport with it. Because brakes didn't deploy and this and that and the other. We've learned. That's how you learn these planes. But from the start, I'll tell you that one principle that's made this plane super easy for me may help you. Think of it as an Airbus. Pretty blunt, I know. Think of it as an Airbus. Airbus 11, I kind of affectionately call it. Yeah, I know, I'm upsetting a lot of people. It technically is not a Boeing aircraft. Boeing acquired it when they bought out McDonnell Douglas. That's why it still says MD-11, not B-11. However, there are MD-10s out there when McDonnell Douglas was bought out that they went in, got rid of the flight engineer, and basically set it up as an MD-11, but in an MD-10 airframe and components. So, but think of it that way. It is a McDonnell Douglas product, but it's very similar in many ways to Airbus. Oh yeah, there's some McDonnell Douglas things in here. You'll see them. But there's a lot of things I wish Boeing learned out of this and from Airbus, because there's a couple big things that could really help pilots. Instead of guessing, they could actually know. So, and if they actually have it in the real airplanes, I wish it would get to the simulators. But, that's sometimes the difference from being real and as real as you can get. All right, so let's get after it here, shall we? All right, to load this plane, you've got two ways to load. You can come up here to plugins and open up the aircraft menu, or head over here to the EFB. This is new with 1.808. I forget. I think I closed it off. 1.8 or 1.08. Now we're at 1.09 or something like that. Sorry, man, my nose just draining. Anyway, so you've got pretty much all of those features, which would have ended, I think, right about here. And then you have your normal, what you find on an EFB on these aircraft. So what I did, you come in here. I went and parked with external power. You can do cold and dark, folks. All you're going to do is turn the battery on, put the external power on. All I've done. Parked with external power. Saved a step. Okay. Then you come over to ground ops. What I do, put the stairs to the cockpit, open the cockpit door, and open your three cargo doors, your forward, center, or they call it center, and aft. Okay, now I'm getting a little vengeance out of that. So let's look at what did we open. Okay, so you opened the bulk door in the back. You saw this on the 767. And you opened up your two lower cargo doors, plus your door right here. Now, why didn't we open the other one? Because I was coughing. No, I'll show you why. Let's go now and load this plane up. There's a one really important step you have to do with this plane. We'll get to it as we load it, okay? Again, I like flight factor. Load it to what my planned zero fuel weight is. And I was remiss in not writing it down, so bear with me here, folks. Actually, I'm going to do a couple of things here while I'm at it. Okay, get that. These are things I should have had set up before. Turn the microphone on. Turn the microphone on. Turn the microphone on. Love that echo. Echo, echo, echo. All right. Hopefully it's not on here. Good, it is muted. Let's head over here, here, and here. What I'm doing is basically getting my stream managers up and my chat up so I can kind of follow along if any of you have questions. All right. So let's get over here to SimBrief. Okay, so the targeted zero fuel weight, we went through it, 422,457 pounds. This number right here, That's what we're shooting for. So we need to first start with 157,000. You know what? Let's just try 162.80. That will take into account our peeps. Okay, and that didn't get us all the way to 422. You see, we still end up shy of it. So we're pulling out that $1 million Boeing calculator to get us there. So we need 8,915 pounds added to 160,280. So we'll be at 169,195. Oh. Now you're going, but wait, Captain, doesn't that mean we need more fuel? You might be right. And I'm going to say it that way. We planned the flight over here for 422,457 pounds. Now, that means our empty weight, operational empty weight, whatever the empty weight is not meshing. Okay. That's what's happening. That's why the discrepancies. So we have to figure out where is that. And I haven't found it yet. Okay. To be totally honest with you, I have not found it. All right. So now let's move to our block fuel. 44750. 44750. Enter. Okay. Taxi fuel. I already know this, but we're going to show it to you. Not easily. Hang on. It's 2,000 pounds. What you can do is on your Simbri, folks, just go. Now, what I've done is set up for a 20-minute. Did I do it? Oh, I did do it right. Okay. For a 20-minute taxi, and that is 2,000 pounds. He says cautiously, 2,2,0,0. Enter. Now, I don't worry about ballast fuel. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. That part of this puzzle, I don't get. I don't know what the heck they're talking about. Real MD-11 pilots, would you be so kind as to tell me what you know? And would love to hear. Uh, Hang on a second. Uh-oh. Hang on. You got to send a text out here real quick. Okay, she may be calling, so we may have to take a quick break. This is kind of important stuff. Trip fuel. Oh, anyway, we were talking. We don't know this, so if you guys real MD-11 pilot happens to be out there, could you fill me in on what we do with that? The other two important things here. As the screen says, enter trip fuel to compute and check landing weight. So as you can see, there's no reference to a landing weight here. So we put in our trip fuel, which is 24,704. Well, I just did that all wrong. Hang on, 24,704. Oh, love these coughs. All right, 24,704 pounds. Look at that. We now have a landing weight. I'm going to go ahead and apply configuration to the aircraft and FMS. Okay. All that means is when we get to the point where we check page 2, that information is loaded. Stand by. Sorry for these quick interruptions. Give me a second. All right. Sorry for that, folks. We are sending a package out to my sister, and I just wanted to make sure that wasn't a scam. Sounds like it might be a scam. Shame on you, scamming us. I don't know. There'll be a message coming in momento. Maybe. Types faster than me. It should have been here by now. All right, we'll just leave it like that. It'll be in a second. All right, but anyway, so when we go into the FMC McDo, when we put in the initial, go to page 2, that data's filled in. So let's go back to ground ops. Oh, wait, we're not done yet. Remember, I told you there were 2. Uh-oh, picture time. Gotta love pictures with granddaughters. She wasn't bothered. Cool. All right. Okay, first one was put your trip fuel in so you can see your landing weight. The second one is actually the most important one. As you go through the checklist, as you go through the tutorial, the biggest thing here, your takeoff CG, that's this figure right below the graph, folks. Okay, needs to be between 30 and 31%. So this is incorrect. Now, this, I don't know the veracity, if it's true, false, or they're blowing smoke, but it's in there. I'll do it. A lot of screamers. I didn't know I was considered a screamer. But anyway, a lot of streamers put it at 30.5, split the difference. All right, and now we'll apply ground ops. Okay, so why did I do now? Why am I here if I've already loaded? Look, there's these 2 items right here. Request, request. Let's go outside the plane and watch. Don't get too excited with these little, ooh, look, it's going to load the plane. Not really. That's one of my setbacks with this plane. But it's one easily one can get over. Okay, you're seeing 4 cans loading into the plane. And I'll show you my discrepancy, and then we're going to start moving because we want to get this plane airborne. Oh, and again, folks, the sniffles, I apologize. Um, oh, did it again. Meant to be on mute. Oh, there's just allergies. We've had so much rain here. It's just driving my nose and sinus bonkers. So, um, but boy, did we need the rain. All right, I'm waiting for it to go. They'll go. That thing will pull away once they're done. And oh, my nose. Um, and then I'll show you where I'm having a little problem. And rotate. Please do not take this as a deal breaker with me because it's not. It's just if you're gonna throw that in the middle like that. Now, see, we used to get MD-11s when I worked at the airport. Um, it was cool. They were actually cool to watch and see them load. But then when you went inside, you just saw four cans. I don't see four cans. I see no cans. There's 160,000 pounds worth of payload in here. Where? So again, that's my big thing with this plane. Again, okay, we'll be nice. Maybe it's because I'm looking from the wrong angle, right? Wrong. Still empty. Those of you with Captain Sim know when you loaded the plane, the cans were in there. And you could then unload them, the cans would come out. That's one of my big problems with the plane. But will I sit here and tell you don't get it because of this? No, absolutely not. I really think it's a good plane. I think they've done a great job recreating it up here. There is some work, as you can see, to be done behind us. But up here, I think they've done a great enough job that we can just overlook. So as you saw, everything's gone. It just, it's typical. It pops in, pops out. Okay. So some nice little eye candy stuff. Okay. Now let's go ahead, close up the remaining doors, and we'll leave the cockpit door open for the moment with the stairs, and let's get going. We're just waiting. Close, close, closed. Good. All right. There you go, folks, for loading the plane. I know I went a little long there. Now let's get into it. So the cockpit lighting has been set. You saw me doing that. Weather radar, fuel, everything set, ready. Let's start final cockpit preparations. Right, the battery switch and the external power. You already know that's on. Let's do our tests of the engines and APU. That is going to be, so you got to go to your upper panel and start working back, folks. I'll show you what I mean. There's your upper panel. It's going to be back here. Here's your engine fire, APU fire. No, it helps to unmute.
Engine 1, fire. Engine 2, fire. Engine 3, fire. Engine 1, fire.
Okay, annoying. And I don't think the best audible, just me, but hey, didn't ask me, did they? Okay, so we did our tests there. Okay, annunciator. Now this took me a little bit to find. It is actually right here.
Overspeed. 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 Overspeed.
And what we're looking at are the lights. Now this is something you can't do, I don't think, in TOLUS. And I'm just hitting my keypad stuff that I've set up. So we got a good test there. Moving on, cockpit lighting is set. Air system APU needs to be coming on. Just kick the power button. The AVAIL will flash. Once it's steady, like Airbus, automatically engages your APU gen. So we're kind of in a lull here. But if you look at the general layout, now some of you go, well, that's a McDonnell Douglas or Mad Dog layout. Yeah, but it's also an Airbus. Okay, flip this up to here, but generally you're seeing an Airbus flow up here. Also, if it doesn't say on, it's on. Case in point, look at my nav lights. push it to turn it off. Push, okay. For the runway lights, you do turn them on, but for the beacon, see how what I'm saying? So that is an Airbus thing, and it could have been a McDonnell Douglas thing before Airbus because they were there before them. But anyway, now you just saw it go. So now all of our AC buses are up and running, and we're good. So let's get the air on. We're going to watch the packs go through their thing and come alive. Blows. There we go. Set. Okay, we'll come off the external power. Now, I'm going to just use the plug-in real quick here, folks, because it's easier to get to. Go to ground ops, ground power away. Make sure you come off this. It does weird things if you don't. And that probably is the real plane, too. You're always supposed to connect the power to the plane. Once connected, they get the avail, then they push into it in the cockpit. But before the disconnect, when the ground guys are given the signals, you disconnect from the aircraft from that, then they can do what they do outside. Okay, so air systems are on. All right, so APU air, all of that went through. Let's get the IRS aligning. Now I am going to move up a little bit because what it's also going to do is test our cargo fire system. Okay, 2. Okay, why aircraft manufacturers do not understand 1 follows 2, not something else in between, or is it 1.5, 2? I always find that funny. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. It's like they don't know how to count, and yet we count on them to build us an airplane. You're kind of making me nervous here. You don't know how to count. Just saying, folks. All right, emergency power switch to arm. We're having way too much fun here. We're going to be initial McDo setup. Or look, even the checklist says initial FMS setup. McDo to initialize IRS. Even they can't decide if they're Airbus or Boeing or McDonnell Douglas. Oh, anyway, that's down here, folks. Oh, and one thing, they must have been listening to Flying with Mike, because one of my other criticisms of this plane, let me show you, was not being able to bring these windows out. They really help eyes like mine. Only criticism of a positive, and I hate doing it that way, I wish the whole FMC came out, not just the screen. It's a start. That's how I'm looking at it. Thank you, rotate. And thank you for Flying with Mike. In case you are watching, I really do appreciate that. All right, so we need to align the IRS. All right, so we'll go FMC. Okay, so we make sure we got everything correct here, and it does look. I was just seeing if the version was in here. That's pretty much a flight factor thing. I don't think it's here. Now, unfortunately, folks, they, like Flight Factors 767, do not have the init request. And I don't even know if the real plane would have connected. It probably would have today. It might, who knows. But I do know we can do it this way. ZGSZ RCTP for the company route. Oh. Okay, we're going from Shenzhen to RCTP, which is Taipei, Taiwan. We do not have an alternate route. I could put that in here right now. It really is not specifying that I do. The alternate for today's flight, by the way, is a place RCMQ. Go ahead and put it in. Will it hurt things? I hope not. Gotta love a pilot that's just, being totally honest. I hope not. All right, so we're going to be bringing charts in here in a minute. Just making sure I'm not jumping the gun and not able to provide what I'm looking for. I don't think I can. I don't see coordinates. Okay, so I can. We are currently parked in spot 107, which is the south apron just north of runway 33, or just would be probably better said just east. Um, that's why I'm saying we very well with these winds may switch to runway 33. We're going to have to make that call real quick now. But anyway, we don't have coordinates, so we can't talk about these. If we were able to get coordinates, cargo stands are hard to get those for. But if we did, we would set them just like you do in an Airbus. Wherever the up-down arrows are, that'll be how you change it. So that is for latitude. If you're ready to change your longitude, you would click this key, up-down arrows, to get it to the number designated. All right, moving on. Moving on up to the east side. Oh wait, we're already on the east side. Okay, so position ref, we'll initialize. Position ref, sounds good to me. Back, and we're ready to press on with our hydraulic pressure check. What I'm going to do is push the hydraulic button here. And what that does, folks, those of you familiar with Airbuses know that we have, instead of side by side like Boeing, McDonnell Douglas does, they're on top of each other displays, ECAM and your displays here. So we're ready for the hydraulic test. Go up here. Hydraulic pump is all the way up here. So these are our hydraulics, just like most Airbuses. Then it would be fuel, electrics, then your air, and then your lights. Little difference, but right here's your hydraulic test. Push it, come back down. You'll see we're in the test. What it's going to do is basically check each system. It's going to go through and find out if your alarms go off and on, and I don't know if they don't, what happens over here. If we get a warning, if we get what. But the big thing is, on the checklist itself, 5.3 gallons, system 3. Assuming that would be this one, the way they count up top, but I don't know. So I make sure they're all above 5. And if they weren't, I don't know how to fix it other than clear faults. So, but there you go, see it doing its thing. Now it's going to juice up 1 and 2. I'm going to assume that's how these are, and then we'll go from there. All right, so comm radios while it's doing this. Now, this has to be changed, obviously. So we'll go 1, 2, 2, 8. Punch it over there. And why this always changes, unless this is just something default. Which I think it might be, because all my frequencies change. Now, I am going to bring in, and I am going to divert here. Remember I told you we're going to go kind of rapid fire here? Are you? There you are. Ugh. We're going to bring in my X-Pilot. Now, this X-Pilot is how X-Plane connects to VATSIM. Whatever your client's called that connects you to VATSIM, got to make sure these steps are followed. 2 reasons. 1, will not talk to them. 2, they won't hear you. Okay? So, the key in this whole, once you're connected, which I'm going to go ahead and do, Making sure my call sign. I thought it was. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so it's UPS 572 MD-11. We'll do it that way. Connecting. Okay, so when you see this, the big thing that controllers want to see is you remember, you might hear them say you need to be mode C while on the ground. Well, right now you're not in their eyes. So you come down to the transponder, which is right here. I'm starting one. We don't have controllers. Okay, I'm going to put 2,000 to start with. So on this one, try expounder. Usually that'll do it. Now, some of the Airbuses, you'll have your buttons over here. Auto does not mean on. Trust me. I thought it did. It does not. You actually physically may have to turn it on. Okay. However, I want you to, now that we've got it showing mode C, guess what? You could leave your transponder just like that. They would not have a care in the world as long as they see mode C. You won't see any traffic. That could be a good thing. Could be a bad thing, but you know what I'm saying. You yourselves will not see it. Now, there's one other thing you got to check, and that falls right in here. Okay? Look up here. You see where it says 122.8, 121.5. Well, we're really not too concerned with COM 2. We are concerned with COM 1. So, click on here. See, watch. When I click on it, the switch becomes bold for receive. RX is receive, TX transmit, for those who may not know. So, also, this is what's killing me in X-Plane 11. I can't get this thing to switch to the headset. I don't know why. I've tried all settings, everything, just clicking on them. It doesn't work. Usually that's all you got to do. Click on them. Anyway, now, just because you've clicked on it, you got this little thing, doesn't mean you're going to hear them. Turn it up. What does that mean, folks? Very simple. If you come across a controller that thinks he's controlling the planet Pluto because he's so loud in your ears, turn him down. If you have a pilot out there being obnoxious, thinking he's on that Mondo Condo CB with the power mic, I have to speak to China. Oh, wait, I'm in China. But anyway, turn him down. Can now turn him down. Couldn't do that in past sims. Awesome. But remember, when you turn him down, that little quiet little mouse trying to stay quiet so he doesn't wake anyone in the house may not hear him. So, two-edged sword there, folks. Be careful with it. Anyway, off the soapbox. Those are the big things to point out here when we do radio checks. And then you can, of course, go, attention on you. Radio check. I got mine. That wasn't me that ever said that, folks. We do try to keep things light here, folks. All right, now we really got to get going because we're late. We're late for an important date. All right, so the hydraulic test is done, and we're ready to press on. All right, so back, wait a minute, no, we're not comms, glare shield. All right, glare shield panel is this right here. I think we're working more, yeah, we're working more with the PFD. So we're going to slide over, so we've got both of these up. Now, it's telling us inches or HP. Oh my gosh, folks, do you realize, you don't know how long that took for me to find it. I could be fun here and make you all find it, but I'm not. Right here. So if you're inches, if you're in inches of mercury, there, If you're in HEPA, hectopascals, I think it's called. I call it HEPA. Uh, there. And the HEPA, you can tell it's the 10s or 4 digit, 3 to 4 digits, where inches of mercury is always uh, separated by a decimal. That's going to hopefully be the easiest way to say it. Shenzhou, for a second there, I thought we had center and it wasn't showing. 1006. So we'll go ahead and set our barometer. Okay. Minimums 200. Okay, we are set for 200 on the radio altimeter. Radar, radio. You also have baro. Now, basically what I've learned through YouTube, a very authoritative teaching source, many pilots shooting a normal ILS approach will use the value in bold for their minimum altitude to come down to. Reason, that's what's here, your altimeter reading, okay? Now, when they start going to Cat 2s and Cat 3 approaches, or maybe RNIPs, they'll switch to radar above the ground. There is no difference, folks. Other than, I think, and we'll have to look, and I don't even know if we'll get a Cat 2, Cat 3 chart, at how the minimums show up on them. But anyway, that's what we're dealing, okay? So we're going to leave it at 200. Next thing we want to do, the nav display heading mag. Heading mag. Perfect. Okay, bank angle. That's right here. That's this inner, not the outer one that moves your bank, your heading. It's this inner one where you see 25, 20, 15, 10. Yeah, I did it backwards, didn't I, folks? Got you all discombobulated. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Yeah. You all know Schoolhouse Rock. Yeah. Anyway, this little notch, caret notch here right under auto, that's where we want it at. But wherever it's at on here, that's as much bank as you're going to get. Okay. So bank angle at auto. And now let's move to the FMC and finalize our flight plan. Okay, flight plan, departing airport, SID. So we're going to go, first off, let's go to the init page, finish this up first. Flight number for today goes right here, ES 572. Cruise levels, 29,000. We are hopefully not gonna have to play with a 29.2, 29, 27.8, no. All right, now the toughest one in this whole slot here. Okay, once we get the cruise in, the outside temp and winds. I'm pretty sure that's at cruise altitude. It's like looking at that going, wait a minute, is it that easy? What is it outside? Minus 50? No, that does not happen in El Paso. It might elsewhere, but not in El Paso. All right, so what we'll do, cruise wind is almost, we have none. So we'll put, we'll leave it. We'll drop down. I'm just kind of looking for my winds and temperatures. I don't think we're going to have much. Are we flying? Oh, 35,000. I screwed that up. Ooh, doggy. We'll Oh, the 1070. Okay. I got it. Then we dropped to 29.2. No. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I really do not like sometimes flying in China. I avoid it, folks, when ATC's up because they screw me up so much. And I do apologize to you controllers out here. I just get so discombobulated. Oh, so 35 ones minus 38 across. I hope that's... Yeah, we'll just do that. Minus, what did we say, 38? Slash, we'll go with, we really do have minuscule winds. Okay, CI, what was our CI? 200, gotta go update that. All right, so 35.2 is perfect. All right, so we got all of our information here. Let's go to page 2. All of it is filled in, folks. Cool. All right, so F plan. Most of this is filled in. Cool. Now, here's where we put that route in, and here's where it gets a little tricky. Okay. So we're going, okay, so let's first go click on ZGZ, Sierra, Golf, Sierra, Zulu, SID. Now, I'm going to get a final check here. As of 51 minutes ago, we're going with 060. That's just about a full all-out cross. Either way, we'll go 15. Okay, now we are looking for hang on. OVG 9WD. Transition none. Additional insert. Okay, so I'm going to do that. Why? Because we can now, let me do one other thing. Yes. All right. I love when I can do easy things like this. It actually kind of is going to work out. The only thing is you all are kind of a little disappointed. Why again did it not bring my SID? Okay, so coming off, this is only for runway 15. I know you all can't see it. Hang on. What you can for a second, then I'm going to pull it away. All right, we'll count this as our taxi brief. So as you can see, we're going to push back. We'll face north, taxi to L2 to Alpha, all the way down to AFA 1. Take 11,155 feet for takeoff on 15. Okay. Now, proceeding. Once we depart, 155 to Z, correction, Z 101. That's right, tuned to SZ101, your hits for today. This is not good. We're beginning to run low on coffee. We're really late. Now, this is meters. So what you would need to do is set your screen to meters. Try to figure that out. I've never had to do this yet. Okay, and then we're going to fly. Time for me to fly. 102. Continue to 103. Continue to VPAP. VIPAP. VIPAP. And we're just walking it down, folks. OVGT. The end. The end. All right, and then from there, we then take it to, we just kind of watch it here. Actually, you know what? See if I can't get us a little more range. 40 mile, that looks good. See something. Can I do it real quick? No. Okay, if I can't do it real quick, we'll wait. All right. Okay, so now we've got to where we can see where we're going. Top of climb at 35,000, right there. Okay, push. Sumdo. A little too far out to see it. There we go. Avrib, BEBEM, Lapit. You can kind of see what we're doing here, folks. Okay, and we're going to just step through it here. So let me get rid of charts. All right, so we're working our way out, BEBEM. And it's just centering right here. Good. Renault. Tonga. All right, now we've come to another discontinuity and the airport. So we click it, click star. All right, so we have chosen the 2-3 approaches. All right, which means Sing Sang Tonga. One of these two we're gonna fly. Let's get up here. Again, I'm going to bring charts in briefly. All right, we're looking here that it's available for us. It appears so. Now, you're kind of wondering, why does it have two different names? Sing Ang or Tonga? Again, like many areas other than the U.S., the transition points that we're used to in the U.S. are the actual name of the star. So they got rid of transitions. Now they still may have them on the actual ILS or actual approaches, but the stars are set up that way where whatever would be a transition for us to the same, because this would actually transition into the same deal. No, they're individual. That is the star for that. We're coming off Tonga. So Tonga. And right here tells you we're going to be on the 1 Bravo 23 right. So it's Tonga to Baka to Elber to Bravo to Jamie, Mayer, Junta, Jor, and Gore. And there's where we end up. We turn for the runway and try to land. Descent planning, arriving traffic via Xingyang, Tonga 1 rival. Plan to send cross Boca. Menon, Arlen, Abso. We don't know what all the heck that is. Well, there's Boca. At and maintain 29,000 until they clear you down. Okay. I'm pretty sure some of this has to do with noise abatement. Even though we're pretty much out to sea, but who knows? All right, so with that, let's get this. All right, so we're at Tonga. So we're planning 2-3 right. Make sure. Yep, 2-3 right, because the north western, actually, there's two cargo aprons on the north end of the field. Parking at them. We're going to park on the one on the eastern, northeastern. That's the one I'm familiar with. Although I think UPS might. It's the other one. I'll have to look into that. But if it's there, we'll take. Well, you know what? We'll take it. We'll just plan on taking it if it's there. Okay, so we're going to start with the Tonga. Okay, now remember, what did it say? We have to fly the Tonga 1B for the 2-3s. So we'll fly this one. 2-3 right. Oh, wait. Correction. Correction. Back to F-plan. RTCP. Star. Clear. ILS. See, what do we have? Second, folks. I'd like to sometimes see if maybe I'm not yet really ready to really challenge myself with this plane with a RNAV. I think we'll just go ILS. That looks good. Okay. Oh, we do have Cat 2. Hang on. Do not have Cat 3 capability here. All right, so Agor Jr. and we have choices we may invoke. ILS 2-3 right. For now, we'll plan Augur. Okay, so we got Tonga, ILS, Augur, insert. Okay, and you just saw it clear in. All right, so let's check it out. Now, we were told to plan Oka at 2-9. Oops. All right, so we'll go here. Okay, I guess we'll work with that. I wasn't planning Tonga, but okay. Boca, Elber, Bravo, Jamie. Okay. Mayor. Okay, then we get into the fun. Everything looks good, just looking at it. Augur, Frank. Frank will be our initial approach fix. Emmy, initial fix, and then our final fix is 6.3. All right, which will be FF23R here. All right, so we're looking good. It's not. Yeah. Okay, and then continuing it real quick, there's our hold. And if we need to, we can put our flight plan in if we plan to divert. Okay? So everything's set to go there. All right, let me get rid of the pilot here. Okay, so we're back to here. Now I'm going to quickly Okay, you want to make sure you're on map and put it back. Okay, now what's next? Okay, so we've done our flight plan. We've inserted the SIDS. We've checked for discontinuities. Now we go to takeoff approach. Okay, there's a lot of information here. Now, folks, remember, starting this week, SimBrief released the ability to get your takeoff and landing data information. So we are going to go back to SimToolkit now. Okay, and oddly enough, it's right where we want it. So let's go to runway analysis. Okay, well, that's a lot of gobbledygook to us, right? Yeah, well, let's do this. Go here. First, we'll just put in the MD-11. Okay, you're at ZGSZ landing 15, takeoff weight. I'm going to just go to the weight and balance page and pull the number 465207. All right, weather. I think we can agree that's pretty close to it. And switch it to HEPA. That's perfect. Dry. All right, we're gonna go ahead, take an assumed here, take off full or flex, bleeds, flap settings, auto, optimum. Folks, this is a funny plane with flap settings. We'll get to that. Let's calculate it out. All right, so we're gonna go with a flap setting of 15. We're gonna flex it to an assumed temperature of 60 degrees. Piece of cake there. 142, 159, 165. Okay, that's all great. Shows us our max limits, our winds. Runway is plenty long enough. Look at this. It even shows us where we'll be on this runway. Your reject is right here. Anything preventing you from flight, plus or if you have an engine fire, any of those before 142, reject. After that, if you can't commit the flight, reject, obviously. Otherwise, you commit the flight, return. That's what V1's all about. Rotate, well, I think you know what that means. That's where you rotate for takeoff. V2 clears a 50-foot obstacle. Okay? Pretty cool. Then we'll do our landing when we get there. Right now, we're going to be concerned with getting set up on this. All right. Okay, so we said flex at 60 degrees. Okay, so, oh, I get it now why they did what they did. Okay. Okay, that works. Works for me. Thank you. Now let me take anti-ice off, bleeds on, assuming packs on. Flap. Oh wait, let's get our runway. Okay, folks, the slope. Now there are a couple of ways. This will tell you it actually. Go to runway information. There is no slope. Okay, so we can eliminate that by putting, I think, either positive or negative, but anyway, good reading. Wind. Okay, we got a 6 knots. Okay, how is that to be in here? Okay, hang on. Let me look at the cheat sheet here. Bear with me a second, folks. When in doubt, fire up Top Cat. Tail 01. So TL 0. Oh, wait. Slope is okay. Up 0.0 slash TL 0. Temperature 27. Okay, flaps 15. Okay. So here's what we got, folks. They're calling 138, 154, 163. Little off. They were calling 142, 159, 165. So we're just off by a couple of knots. We'll go with these. So click on them. All right, and we're ready to go with that. Okay, so that's what's involved, folks, and that's how you can use Top Cat. Welcome aboard, sir. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you really are. This Top Cat, or not Top Cat, this thing with SimBrief it's a little bit of a challenge. I'm liking it though, but we're gonna go with the onboard information, see how that works. Okay, so now let's go to the panel in front of us. What we've got to first set up here, altitude 10,000 feet or 250 knots. Well, we're going to actually take it up to 35,000. Here's where you would make that delineation right there. 10.6. Okay, that still doesn't equal what I saw. Anyway, whatever. So here's where you would switch it so you could work if they tell you a specific number. You could switch it to meters and hope to goodness it works. Runway heading. Whoa. Why am I still, oh, I know one. At Taipei? We're looking at 155. Okay, and that's all set. Okay, now, first up 33, okay. Next, ND setup. Now, we're going to be working here. First off, again, let's make sure we're good. I think I saw we had a change. 106. Okay. All right, and finally, so we need to click traffic, data, VOR1, VOR2, make sure we're on map mode, and we're going to keep the weather radar on. I know you're not supposed to do that on the ground, but we're going to do it. All right, now we're going to rotate over here, like how I did that. Rotate in the rotate. And that, folks, finally brings us up to engine start. And we are only 30 minutes late. In the meantime, still nobody came up. That's cool. In the meantime, we're going to fire up the ACARS program. All right, flight is started. There, we did not forget it. All right, so let's take a look outside, see what all we got to kick away. All right, with all of that set up, we're ready to go. Just got to close up the airplane. So we'll just do it from here. It's real simple this way. Stairs, close. Everything else but the chocks. All right, we're ready to go. Parking brake is on. Little something about that. It is what it is. Uh, it doesn't work like it should, I don't think, but that's just me. Parking brakes on. Seat belts. Seat belts are on. Emergency lights to arm. Switch armed. Doors closed. Fuel panel, air panel, all set. All for pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tower's driving up.
Okay. Once we, I don't even know if we'll see the tug. Oh, there it is. Go ahead, flip the beacon on. Okay. Ready for pushback, connect. All right. Once they connect, we'll then turn the auxiliary pump on. Let's go ahead, get the transponder. I think we're already there, so. Yeah, we're already on X pounder.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Cleared to connect. Auxiliary pump on. Okay. Chocks are going to come off too. Now we'll go back over here since it's real easy. Chocks off. Of course, you do want to make sure the aircraft does have the parking brake on. All right, we'll just go with it. Okay, we're ready to
Tow
crank.
connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Okay, let's get up here, get our ignition system to be. All right, we're in a commercial break right now, folks, so bear with me. Give me about 20 seconds and we'll get this thing rolling. I want to make sure that everything on my screen reads right so that the most people can see it. Um, and folks, if you miss anything, of course, there is the YouTube channel. You can definitely catch all of this fun that we've had this morning by just going there. And those coming out of the commercial break, folks, again, if you missed anything, you want to check it, go to our YouTube channel. It'll be up there for you. All right, we're pushing back. Here we go. Brakes off. Now, this is one of my sore spots. I actually have a hot.
And you may start engines.
I have something on the throttle or the joystick for releasing brakes doesn't work. So I've got to figure out why. The nice thing is you can set up profiles for different airplanes within X-Plane up in the settings. So that's why I've got to look. All right. So with us pushing back, we've already done a couple things. Let me show you. We've verified our transponder is in expounder. Engine, we selected the ignition to be Bravo. It just decided Bravo today. And we are actually ready to start engines. So what we'll do is crank number 3 first. Light on, and you can watch it. What we're looking for is for the needle to get to the magenta line, and then we'll turn the fuel valve on. Okay, and on. There comes number 3. And if you're not familiar, number 3 is on the right wing. Number 1 on the left wing, 2 is the big engine in the middle. All right. Step back. Just waiting for it to settle down. Okay, 1 is stable. 2, 3, sorry. Turning on number 1. Now they're going to push us back a little further.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Brake set. Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Oh, gotta turn the engine switch on. Sorry, folks. I'm like waiting and waiting and waiting and forgot I didn't turn the switch on. Okay, she's cleared to disconnect. Looks like we're just about there, folks.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
And thanks for flying with Mike. Better pushback, a nice free utility for everyone. Thank you. All right, coming up on the magenta line. Up we go. And I'm going to set. I'll get there eventually, folks. All right, let's just go over here real quick. that over. Okay. All right, all engines are up and running. Okay, after start, windshield defog on. Anti-ice if needed turned on. APU, first turn the bleed off. Then just click the power. We'll double check it at the ramp. Hydraulic panel pumps all selected and good. All right, now we're going to come down here and we're going to set config SCP. Okay, verify flight controls. All right, flight controls seem good to me. Now we'll set our trim, which needs to be, and for those curious, it says right here, STABE 4.8. Now, I've been telling you where I'm not, or I wish Boeing would make a change here. Make it so you know what you're setting instead of, that's pretty close to 5.8 because you got that weird gauge on the side. Learn from some aircraft. You don't know it all, Boeing. If you haven't learned that yet, you might want to think about checking your doors. Making sure they'll stay on the aircraft. Okay, so we got the STABE trim set. Cabin report received. Confirm takeoff data. Looks good there and there. We're looking at 138, 154, 163. And auto brake will set to takeoff. Takeoff data checked and ready. Exterior lights on. Here we go. Now, there you have it, folks. She's all fired up, ready for taxi. Oh my gosh, it almost took 2 hours. But we had a lot of fun in that 2 hours. Here we go. All right, folks, we are on the move. We're switching to engine. And we'll start talking flaps here in a minute. All right, so we'll make our turn here. I do love making fun of aircraft when they make it too easy, and we are going to have a little fun with Donald Douglas. Now, Boeing. Iowa Scotsman, welcome aboard. Hope things are well with you. Glad to have you aboard. getting out here on Alpha all the way north. All right, now the one thing you all may have noticed, we did not set the flaps yet. Well, that's because we didn't call 1-800 dial a flap. That's right, 1-800, seriously, dial a flap. Dial your flap, and you're set to go. 1-800 dial a flap. Sorry, folks, I just find that hilarious. Why don't you just make never mind. Here we go. Head to our dial a flap setting. Well, we set 14. I thought I set 15. Oh, Lord have mercy. Like I said, folks, I do love to have fun at the mercy of some airplane companies. All right, so we are on the taxi here, folks. Last thing we got to do, it's the one thing I've seen a lot of other streamers struggle with. I think they're starting to get a grip on it. I hope to say it was me, but it will probably they figured it out like I did. It's not easy. Arming the spoilers. Okay, the arrow here is only to move the lever down and up, okay? Need the hand, talk to the hand, to pull it up, get the red, just like Airbus. You know, why do you think I call it an Airbus 11? So once you have it armed, you're good to go. Anyone can tell me how to do that in a Citation 10. I'd love to know, because I'm tired of it telling me arm spoilers. And I think it actually sounds that cranky. Anyway, we're almost to the end of the runway, folks. And again, let me reiterate, we're not in VAT USA territory, so scrap that CTAF requirement that VAT USA has. Most of you already have. I actually had a controller yesterday hand a pilot over, ground controller, handed them over to 122.8 for departure. Should have gone to CTAF and then they go to depart to 122.8. But, you know, it's flight simming, folks. No foul, no harm. But when you're trying to implement something, that makes it a little bit more difficult. So, no crime, no foul, no harm. So, again, you're in the U.S., 48 states, folks. You're supposed to use CTAF when there's no controllers. Everywhere else in the world, you follow their rules, because that's the way VATSIM is, and that's really how the world is. If you're in the Far East, you fly by their rules, like these altitude, numbers that are hard for us from the U.S. to understand, but we better understand them flying over here. Just like they got to understand our weird way to them. So anyway, we will not be on CTAF, and Shenzhen traffic, UPS 572 heavy departing runway 15. Believe it or not, folks, almost 2 hours into the stream, the wheels are about to start going round and round pretty fast. Right, we're just going to turn. Now, the curious thing I have, remember, we're going to be airborne, or we're going to be a V1 about, I'm not going to say halfway, but it could look very close to it. All right, so before takeoff, takeoff data checked again. Looks good. Spoilers are armed. Flight controls. Oh wait. Auto flight. Click. Stab trim set. Auto brake. Takeoff. Takeoff data set. Auto flight EAD nothing. Exterior lights on. Hydraulic and air panels are set. Cabins notified. Radar transponder on. Again, remember, if you're an X-pounder, controllers won't care because you've got their little part done. You just won't see traffic. All right, here we go, folks. Throttle up. Little nose down trim or nose down stick. Really hate when you do that. All right. Again, I don't know why the airplane does that, but it does. Little E on the stick. V1. Here we go. MD-11 climb. Gear up.
Stabilizer motion.
All right, we're going to kind of watch it, see that it does what it's supposed to do. The traffic up here, folks, is Hong Kong International Airport. Hong Kong Fooey.
Stabilizer motion.
Okay, flaps up. Slats are the only things extended. Okay, we're getting close to our turn. That's the big thing I'm watching for, and slats up. All right, after takeoff checks, gears up. 4 lights off. Yep, there's 4, folks. There's 4 struts. Spoiler, handle down. Flaps show up. And they look up here. And we are entering that turn. So I've done everything right so far. Usually this is where I screw up. All right, folks. Not knowing just how loud it'll be. There's our airport. There we go. Do it one more time. Over in the clouds there is the other airport. Matter of fact, I think it's like right back in there. The old Kai-Tak, I think, hang on. May or may not. I don't think it's visible. I think though it's like right in here. But the Hong Kong is right there. All right, we must be at 10,000, so let's start turning off some lights. All right, seatbelts stay on. Exterior lights are off at 10,000. Altimeters, we're going to have to find out what transition is out here on this airport. Transition 8860. Hang on, let's see if we're nicety here. Of course not. Oh, there we go. Oh, I had indicated Mach. Ooh, not good. There we go. That'll put us on the correct altitude when we climb. So we're looking for 8860 for transition. All right, folks, welcome to flying in the Far East. Like I said, it gets a little kind of squirrely here in Russia, you know, working with meters instead of, you know, the standard feet and all, but, you know, to each their own. You know, that's what I always stress here, to each their own. So, I love it when things like that happen. All right, folks, so we're clearing out. We're at 5,400 meters climbing. Well, once we cross through 8860 on the meter gauge, we're on our way up. And again, doubtful they were listening to me, but thank you anyway, Rotate, for these screens popping out. For those of us with the more tired eyes, it really helps. Even though we don't get the whole FMC, actually how that all works out is actually isn't as bad as, you know, on the surface it looks. So thank you guys. All right. All right, so we're headed up to altitude 10,700 meters. We're just waiting to cross 8860 and then we can press on. Folks, thanks for flying with Mike. Thanks for putting up with that long ground delay. Huh. Sure what's going on with this. Right, I do know we're about to emerge on our route. 88? Is that right? Geez, that's gonna be like near like 2,000 meters. That's like 30,000 feet. Holy mackerel. Okay, I'm a little exaggerating. Might be in the 20s, but still, that's a high transition level, folks. Well, like I say, to each their own. They can, however whatever makes them feel good. Oops, wrong way. What do we set? 40, so that would be 80. Go there. The only thing I would love to learn on here is how to set, if you can, terrain radar. Other than pulling up my terrain radar plugin. Oh well, for another day, I think. And we are still not even in the 8,000s yet. Holy mackerel. I've never seen a transition level this high. Wow. I'm just playing it right. 38, 88, 60. Wow. Long way to go and a short time to get there. Hey, we're 400 meters off, folks. Whew. That was ugly. Wow. But we are going to start flying a lot more over here, folks, so I'm going to have to start getting myself up to speed. All right, we're set for now. All right, folks. Well, that was an experience in and of itself. Shoo. Nearly 30,000 feet. I wasn't far off, folks. Wow, that is incredible. Well, again, welcome to flying, worldwide. You never know what you're going to run across. That was one I never expected. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and keep it. And I wonder if I got to keep it in feet or if I got to go. Well, we'll just display that. All right. I want to kind of now make sure we level off right. All right, I think we are going to show 35,000. All right, we are now level, folks, at 35,100 feet, which is what they want us at here as we fly over China, headed out towards Taiwan. Folks, I hope you enjoyed. I know it was a rather lengthy startup here, but I hope you enjoyed. We had a lot of fun, I will admit. So we got about stand by. We got about 40 minutes to arrivals. We'll be right back. I'm going to take a short break here and need to use the restroom, and we'll be right back. All right, folks, we are back. All right, let's get caught up with where we are. 39 minutes to our arrival. Pull it up. There we are. Yeah, the weather radar here is not. Let's see if the X-plane map is showing anything. Nope. Nice carrier and a boat out here to land helicopters and fighters on. But overall, no, we don't have anything. Simaware makes it look ultra scary out here. All right, it might be, but we're not seeing it. All right, so we're on our way. Sim toolkits, top of descent. All right, well, Boca, we got to be at 29,000 and... Okay, so we'll be descending before Tonga. Weather's kind of making it a little screwy. So somewhere between Renat and Tonga is where we'll start our descent. All right. So let's talk that through real quick here. While we've got a couple minutes, let me do this. Perf. Okay, top of descent, they're showing at 190 miles. We'll kind of see where that really adds up. All right, over here's our flight plan, so we're good. Take this off. Flaps up and up. All right, here we go. Let's pull up the charts real quick, see what we're dealing with on this arrival. No, we have some new people in here, so let's see. All right, charts page. Okay, here's our arrival. Real quick, it's an RNAV. Elevation of the airport's 108 feet. Transition here, 13,000 feet. Numbers we can understand. Okay, just getting things ready for this descent. All right, we're coming in Tonga 1B, so it's Tonga, Boca, Elber, Bravo, Jamie, Mayor, Juror, Auger. Got all of that? Good. Be a test at the end of this. Oh, Tonga 1A. This is what you got to do. Oh, no, that's Tonga. Doesn't matter. Okay. So Boca, Menon, Arin, and Absol. Oh, all of these plus Boca, you got to be at 29,000. Okay. All right. Okay, so pretty much there you go. Tonga to Boca. Again, by 29,000 in here. I don't know why not Tonga. Anyway, and we just follow it in. Okay, once we get there, Auger will swing in to catch Frank. Then Frank to Emily. 6.3 is our final approach fix, which is where we got to be at 2,000 feet. All right, let's blow this up and look at it. All right, ATIS, approach, tower, ground. Again, we do not care about CTAF. Ooh, trying to get into hyperspace. Did you see it? We'll make sure the ILS sets to 109.3. Final approach at 234. Just making sure in the RADNAV page. Then we're going to... Again, the final approach fix is 6.3 DME from the localizer. 2,000 feet or 1,937 feet above the ground. We'll get to the decision altitudes and heights in a minute. There's our airport elevation. Runway is substantially lower than the recorded airport elevation, about 40 feet. So, we're going to be going a little bit uphill. Okay, there's our missed approach. Anything else we need to know? Approach, speed limit control. Unless otherwise controlled, you read all of that. I'm not going to. So basically what it's saying, from here to here, we can be between 180 and 180. Emily at 180. Final approach fix, which is where is it? 3 DME, we can then be between 150 and 160. If unable to comply, pilots need to let the ATC controller. ATC instructions cancel. Speed restrictions below 10,000 feet does not cancel this. So to cancel, okay, so if you get a controller and he says cancel speed restrictions below 10,000 feet, what he's saying is it does not negate the Frank and Emily speed restrictions of this part of the chart. He has to actually say cancel approach speed control. Basically, they've got a lot of traffic and they're trying to sequence them in, and they want you at your best speeds. This could be fun with turboprops. Probably a different runway for them. All right, so again, here we go. Frank is 15 miles, well, 15 and a half out. Emily's 12 and a half out. 6.3 out. We're at the final approach fix. Again, 2,000 feet MSL. Okay, and again, our descent, 3,500 to 2,000. And this is our approach lights. Approach lighting, sequence flash 2. Basically, you're getting every light out there to help you out. All right, we're getting to the part now. Can we go? Can we not? All right, let's look at the METAR. Winds are 170 at 4. That's really good for 2-3. Perfect. Unlimited visibility, 999. Now, if you're not familiar with METAR language, it is translated in NavGraph charts here. SimBrief, I believe, translates it too, but I don't remember how to make it do it. So you can see no ceiling. Oh, I'm sorry, we do have a ceiling, 3,000 feet. Ceiling is defined as a cloud layer, broken or overcast. That base is the ceiling. So long as it's 3,500 feet or higher, technically you can fly visually. For you VFR pilots, that's how it was, or was it 3,000? Anyway, I think it's 3,500. You know, whatever. But you get the point. Below that, okay, now we need special VFR clearance for us private pilots like me, or we don't fly. You have to be an instrument-rated pilot because there's a chance you're going to fly through clouds. When you've got a broken layer of clouds, there's a lot of clouds filling that space of the sky. There's a better than even chance you're going to go through some clouds. And how do you know, as a visual rated pilot, there's not an airplane in those clouds ahead of you? Plus, you're talking to controllers to help you know there's airplanes there. So that's why we're concerned when it's broken or overcast. I really, in the sim, get concerned at 1,000 feet. Above that, we're going to break out and see the runway. Below that, we may not. Visibility-wise, we need, at least for this approach, a specific requirement. And we're going to play in the world of meters. So you guys in Europe, jumping for joy because you know what that is. I'm going, I really hope I know what that is. I'm hoping 800 meters means a half mile. All right, so we are required in a performance, this is a performance level D Delta aircraft. Also, one other thing about cloud heights, and then we're going to start our descent. They're above ground level on your METAR. So what you're seeing here is 1,500 feet above ground level is the base. The base of the broken layer is at 3,000. So if you read the bracketed, that is above ground. If you read the bold, that is actually your MSL above sea level. Try those out in like Bogota. And then go. It says 200. Why are the clouds because it's above ground, not above sea level. If it was above sea level, it's about 8,000 feet below you. Okay, so we need 225-foot minimum broken or overcast. And I'm hoping that means a half mile, 800 meters. Or an RVR of 550. I think it'll come in as 55. I don't really know. It's been a while. Nerd with Wings, welcome. Welcome, sir. Hope you're having a great week. All right, so we're looking good here. So let's take a look here. We should, let me just blow this up. Yeah, Renault, we're gonna start our descent. It is going fantastic. Last but not least, let's go to SimBrief Super Creek. We're gonna use Sim Toolkit to make it easy. We're on the performance page, so let's go to landing performance now. We're in the MD-11. Go ahead, pull up my plane we're flying. Wait for, oh wait a minute, airport. RCTP. 23 right. Landing, wait. Hang on, folks. Basically, what I'm doing, folks, is just going right back up here. 440,503. Go back to performance. I hate when it does that to me. Two, three, right. 40, 44050 tree. We're gonna go 35. Brakes, man, we'll see. We'll get, nope, we can't get it. We'll stay there. Winds. That seem right? Hang on. Gonna find out in a heartbeat. 170 at 4. That's close enough. 26. And temperature 26. That's all very close. Go to up and 101. Okay, so calculate. All right, so this aircraft with no reversal, we're not getting any credit because we have reverse thrust. Our VREF is 154, 159. Okay. So we're going to need 5,170 feet. We're factoring up to 7,000 on a 12,000 foot runway. Yes, I say it's sufficient. And in case you're not sure, here's a picture of the landing or what we're looking for. Right here's where we're hoping. This is what we're factoring. And of course, we have a 12,000 foot runway. All right, so pretty, I'm really liking this new SimBrief stuff. This is pretty cool. Hopefully, I do it all the time on the sim. Oh, wait, did I say that out loud? Hey, nerd with wins. Yeah, you're always mowing every time I seem to talk to you. Or just getting done. My bad. Just getting done. You must have one of those yards that you have to do part of it every day. All right, so let's get back in here and see where we're at. All right, we're making the turn. All right, so time to... Well, there's our top of descent indication right there, 72 miles off, and it is before Tonga. Okay, you know what? We'll just kind of ease past Renault, re-knot, and head for Tonga, and we'll set up for the descent. So, folks, you got it all there. 160. I'm going to bring charts in one more time. And what I'm looking at is right here, 160. We're going to need about 850 foot per minute descent on our gauge here. So we're going to be somewhere right in here. Let me blow it up. So right about in here is where we'll be needle-wise if we want to take it down right at 3 degrees, which is what we should be doing. Now, some charts would even go so far as to tell you how far from 6.3, our final approach fix, and the missed approach. Okay, I talked about it briefly. We got a couple seconds. If, let's just say, the next METAR comes out, and as I've alerted, we're 26 degrees temperature-wise, 26 degrees dew point. That right there, folks, is a recipe for fog, so long as your winds are usually less than 3 knots. However, with the cloudiness and all that could take away some, but that is the beginning piece to look at for fog, your temperature dew point separation. Okay, so let's say this thing just nosedived on us. We're down to a half mile, and we're down to 200. Well, it won't report 250, just to let you know. You're either going to get 200 or you're going to get 300. So it'll say broken or overcast 002, 003. No, you're not going to get a fourth number. So it's above, below 225. We'll say we got 200. Let's go to Cat 2. Same approach. Everything else looks just identical, folks, except right down here. Now I can accept an RVR of 3,300 meters. And this is when most pilots will switch to above ground, 100 AGL. That's pretty close to the ground, folks. You boil it down, 100 feet is pretty close. Most of your treetops are a little below that. So you're like right there, folks. So now you see that. However, we do not have a Category 3 approach. In that case, we go to our alternate, fingers crossed, it's good. Should be, or we should have never declared it. But anyway, I wanted to be able to show that. Now again, the altimeter will read 163, your altitude here, but your key is your radar altimeter at 100. So you really do come down. Okay, and we're getting very close to top of descent. Let's get all of this out of the way. Let's do our descent checks. Also, I have charting here for auto brakes. Right now, we're on a good landing surface. 1 knot tailwind, not worried about it. But it is telling us, you know, we can correct and all for it. And that's all in this checklist, folks, that comes with your rotate. Okay, so descent. EAD and system status checked. Landing data. Here we go. Let's go to takeoff and departure. Okay, so here's what we're showing. 35 for our landing flaps. Cool. 160, 155. That's pretty much what SemBrief said. Off maybe a knot, so we'll go with these. And our extension relay, and we need, and we're landing. Everything looks good here. Okay, so we are looking really good, folks. So our takeoff and that data, windshield ice as needed. We're not going to need it. And let's set 29,000. Now I'm going to show one thing about this plane that is a little unique. It's an Airbus thing. I can't remember. It's this one. Nope, I hit it was the down. Okay, you got to use the down arrow to make it descend. Same thing with your speeds. If you do the up, it takes right where you're at. Okay. And we're beginning our descent. Oh, I hate that when it does that, folks. Boca per star said 29,000. We're dropping to 29,000. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and decrease over here. And again, calling out rotate pilot and real world pilot. Where, and please tell me it's not that simple as it is in the Airbus to go to terrain radar on the gauges. I was so mad when someone said, look right here on the A319, 320, 321s. And I went, are you kidding me? Yeah, it's this little snake and it just goes and bites you every time. Oh my gosh. All right, folks, we are now descending into Taipei. I'm so glad to have you all aboard. I hope you enjoyed. Sorry it took about 2 hours to get off the ground in Shenzhen. Boy, that's a fun one to talk. Outside of Hong Kong. It's between Hong Kong and Guangzhou. And I hope you've enjoyed the short flight. Long and fun. At least for me, I had a blast on the ground there. There was a lot of fun stuff there going on. So anyway, folks, I hope y'all enjoy. And for those of you all who may have missed, hey, let me give you a quick link, the file, maybe put on your browser. If you go here to our YouTube channel, folks, you're going to find we try to have fun. That's the whole goal here of Flying with Mike. Have fun while we're flying. And hopefully we do actually make it to our destinations. Sometimes that in itself is a challenge, but we really do enjoy having you here. And we try to help you. We're not formally tutorializing these flights, but we try to walk you through step by step what we're doing. So if you hop into plane, you will have a little bit of an idea of what you need to do. Yesterday, we had 2 great 767 flights with Piedmont Virtual, Tampa to Charlotte to Baltimore. Phenomenal weather into Baltimore. Oh my goodness. Beautiful. Okay, most of you would say, you are crazy. Flying into thunderstorms at Baltimore was amazing. Great job, X-Plane, as always on the weather. So, but again, we have leveled off at 29,000. For those who do subscribe to the channel, thank you so much. I've got about a minute to go on the ads that you're missing, and thank you for your support, helping us meet some of the, not many bills of Flying with Mike, but we do have a couple, and we do appreciate you. And we are going to begin looking at another acquisition, although that may have to be shelved a little bit while we're in this period of looking for a job. But we'll play it by ear. But soon we'll be starting our descent into, continuing our descent for Taipei. Taoyuan City, I guess is what the name of this airport is we're going into, but it's what I know as Taipei, Taiwan. And you guys are going to probably go, you just don't know your geography. And you're probably right, because I'm not that well versed in the Far East. Hence my troubles with Shenzhen Airport. Bao'an or Bowen. Neat little airport, though. It's a nice change of pace from the, I'll call it hustle bustle sometimes it comes with Hong Kong. Same with Guangzhou. I like Guangzhou a lot with FedEx. But today, it's UPS, not UPS Virtual. Sorry, I have not joined them. But we're flying a UPS flight into there for Millennium Aviation. Okay, truth be told, it's actually booked as a 747 flight for FedEx, but hey, we're allowed to substitute here at Millennium. All right, so Boca is right ahead of us. Just gonna sneak ahead a little bit. I really hate when SimiWare does that. All right, there we are. So, and we got a good smattering of thunderstorms right here. We're not really seeing them. No, we're not picking anything up. But the weather is kind of showing what could be as we approach the Taiwan coast, Taiwanese coast. Hopefully I didn't just make a word up. All right, Boca coming up. Let's set up our next descent level. Oh, I don't think there is such an animal on here, so... $4,700 feet looks like where we come in at Frank. Now I could turn in though at any of these, so I am going to go ahead and set it, see how we're doing. Because if we're anywhere near 3,500 or 4,700 by juror, we may turn early. I wish some of these maps would translate into English so I knew the cities we were passing, but I get it. It's in the native language. I get it. But again, hope y'all are having a great Friday Eve. That's right, Friday Eve, otherwise known as Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday, folks. It's Friday Eve. Hope it's been a good week for you. I know in the U.S. you're only talking 3 or 4 days you worked, if even. Some just take the week off. But I really hope y'all are having a great day. And I hope to those that are having it rough, I really hope we help lift your spirits up, if for only the couple hours we're on. I really hope we do. So I know there is some struggles out there, let alone here. So, and we could always you know, we could always use a little prayer for yourself, for us. Let us know. I would love to be praying for you. But we could use some prayers here as well. Good news, though, one of the big setbacks that we were getting hit with early in the week thankfully worked itself out with my youngest daughter, and that is such a blessing. Oh, so I just wanted for those of you who were praying for us to know part of our troubles, at least we got some good news on that. That was really well needed. So hope y'all enjoy the flight in, and we're not far out. We are approximately 12 minutes out. They sure have. They sure have. Not sure if you were here while we were doing the landing performance. We got a couple seconds. Nerd with Wings, just for you. Where's it at? Here is Sim Brief. I've got it, married to my Sim Toolkit. This is what they've done. Is this tab here, Performance Tools? It gives you takeoff. This was our takeoff data. And landing data. By that, it's the numbers. V1, VR, or V1, rotate, V2, VREF, V approach. All of those numbers are available. We don't have to have, and I'm so sorry to say this, TopCat, we don't have to have the program TopCat anymore. So it is definitely there. It's a phenomenal tool, just phenomenal. I am amazed, and they've done it for, it looks like, all of the aircraft that would need it. So hope you enjoy it. So unfortunately, like I said, my beloved TopCat that I used to love, unfortunately now, folks, sorry to hear that, because that was such a great program. Professional Flight Planner X. We'll get to that X in a second. And TopCat Bundle. The X, sadly, was not for X-Plane. And it's not for that other sim. It was actually for FSX. Now, I'll be honest, those numbers worked across the board. They worked really good in a X-Plane. They work don't know, but they probably do in that other sim, as well as prepared. So that was really set up for FSX. Isn't that amazing? And then Sim Brief blew up and just dominates, and it's amazing. Simply an amazing, amazing tool. That's free, folks. That's the great part of the whole story here. It's free. Unlike our Descent, this is starting to look to me to be a bit, oh no, jammy. I thought that was Juror. I'm like, oh my gosh, we're still at 25,000 feet. Okay. So anyway, great tool, folks. All you got to do is register to get SimBrief, and it is phenomenal. And they're making it phenomenal. I mean, they keep adding layers to it that it just is unbelievable. And then throw NavGraph charts, where all the airports with instrument approaches get charts right at your fingertips, folks. You don't have to go hunting and pecking Google to find them. They're right there. And accurate. They're Jepson charts, so you're getting a little more than the stuff the FAA sends or provides. So just amazing, the NavGraph and SimBrief. All right, so we are continuing. Like I said, we're going to aim for 4,700, but if I can slide this thing a little quicker, we'll take a, turn off there if we get down quicker. We're doing pretty good right now at about 2,300 feet a minute, so. But yeah, we are just about to Taipei. And we're beginning to see that weather. There, sorry folks. The clouds just are amazing in X-Plane. And like I said yesterday, if you want to watch the 767-200 video that we did yesterday, yes, it's a little lengthy, but it's from Tampa to Baltimore with a stop in Charlotte. We get into Baltimore, oh my gosh, what a great job they did with the thunderstorms. So looking forward to more, and every update is just more tweaks to their weather. Default. This isn't active sky or X environment. I try to run as barefoot as I call it without many updates to it other than the aircraft, and so you all can see what you're buying or thinking about buying. Let's put it that way. But you're looking at probably one of the best sims out there. We have some predictions coming in. I might as well enter the foray. Exclamation mark predict. I'll take the top end of the scale there. Well, towards the upper end of the scale. This plane gets a little squirrely on me, especially short final. So, we shall see. And as you can tell, the weather radar does not depict the weather here. And that's, that's a rotate thing, not an X-plane thing. Because if you get Zebo, we saw it yesterday on the 767. We've seen it on Tolus. They're there, folks. So. All right, so we're beginning. Looks like at 4,700 feet will be a sure. Again, a little bit of X-plane here, folks. A little hockey stick action. So if we drop it a little bit more, we could make the turn and come in. Or we could just ride it out. You know what? We just might ride it out. We'll see. But again, hope you all have enjoyed the ride today. It has been a phenomenal one. We will have time, I believe, for another flight. Do I want to go back to Shenzhen or do I want to go somewhere else? The question of the day. How far is... That's the only bad thing out here, folks. Hang on a second. I'm going to try to do this real quick. I have an idea. Oh, that's total. Go off of here. Well, hang on. Let's try one other. That could be a possibility. We'll see how this goes, and we may have an option here. All right, we got to get this thing slowed. So, speed brakes.
Stabilizer motion.
Well, we have a couple of options here, folks. We have Kadena Air Base, Japan, about 360 miles to the north and east of Taipei. And we have Shanghai, about the same distance north and west. I'll leave it up to you all. Hit it in the chat. All right, we're kind of getting down on speed. Yep. All right. All right, so I'll leave that to you all. Yeah, we're talking China. So Shanghai is in China. RODN or RO. What's the other ones? Naha. ROAH for Naha. Same island, just different locations. You got Kadena Air Base and you got Roa. We'll head to there. That's Japan. Shanghai. All right, we got one for Shanghai. All right, I'm keeping a tally, folks. I'll check my listing. Those, I didn't realize we'd end up that close to those. So that's pretty cool. You need lights on. You can't see without lights, even though it's daylight. And we're starting into the clouds. All right, we're still looking at Juanita. What's it called? Oh, Junta. I guess. I don't know if we would go German with these or not. I think I will just take it all the way to the end and work it from there. Reason being, look at that nice curve You're looking at this nice curve up here, bring us right in on the approach, hopefully. We thought the same thing going into FedEx Memphis, and we all of a sudden turned out to sea. Turned back. I don't know why it did that. But it did, nonetheless. All right. Navrad, let's check our frequency. 1093, ITYA 234, looks good. All right, here we go, folks. We'll set auto brakes to medium, as we're getting very close to our okay, we are just about at our altitude. Almost teasing me, wanting me to make that turn at to Emily. It's tempting, believe me. Because at Mayor, I am gonna slow us. Let me just double check. As long as we're above 200 to Emily, we're fine. All right, we're going to start our descent at 3,500.
Altitude.
Okay, and I'm going to actually take over the autopilot commands, and we are going to get ready to turn.
Stabilizer motion. Stabilizer motion.
Slats out. Alright, let's see if it'll actually turn the right way this time. We just clicked approach land. Okay, final checks approach. Decision altitude set. Actually, I'm going to go up. Hey, we coupling, I think, this time. Okay, Emily
Stabilizer
at 180. Let's see. Emily will be 12 miles out, folks. And we'll go to flaps 5. Or what are we going to? Flaps 14. Because dial a flap, you know, 1-800 dial a flap. Cracks me up. And if folks tuning in are not understanding the little joke, I kid you not, dial a flap. Right here's your dial. Dial your flap setting. Yeah, I wasn't kidding, folks. All right, now we're going to slow to 160, preparing for landing. We're on glide slope, we're descending, going gear down, and flaps will be 20 now, 28. Looking for the runway. Or green. Nope, not yet. Or green. Think we got the runway in sight. Flaps 30. 35, my bad. All right. Take your seats, gear, lights, spoilers, auto brakes, flaps set, altimeters cross-checked. All right, we are cleared to land. Taipei traffic, UPS 572 heavy, crossing 6.3 DME to the runway, 23 right. Okay, now why I brought that back in, let's do a quick landing check gear. Auto brake spoilers, flaps, EAD looks good, and all right, now I don't have speed control yet, folks, but I do have pitch control and roll. To get speed, right there. Now I have the throttles. That's right, it's all me now to screw it up.
1000.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope.
Okay, we'll be landing Little high. I'm strictly on visual now, folks. See my pappy right here? That's what I'm queuing on. Trying not to get too high like I've been doing lately. And that ramp to the right, I think, is where we're going to try and aim for.
Approaching minimum 300. Minimum 200. 100. 50.
Glide slope.
20. 10.
Okay, folks, that actually felt good. I don't know if it was a good landing. Reverse thrust. Out reverse. There we go. Welcome to Taipei, folks. And Taipei traffic, UPS 572 off 23 right, taxi to parking. And since I didn't have that up, for all I know, Taipei ground might be up. And no, they're not. Okay. Checklist after landing. Spoilers. I didn't arm them. I thought I did. Okay, maybe they went down on their own. Weather radar off. Transponder, expounder. Auto brake, stape trim 3 units. Then we'll start the AP. Units. Unfortunately, it's a long taxi back, folks. All right, APU. Bring that sucker on in a second. Give me. All right. And usually, folks, until this ramp was built over here, cargo here, there was another cargo on the other side. Now, and like I said, I believe UPS parks over here. At least every, well, unless it's the same photo every time, they're always over there. But again, welcome into Taipei. We'll take a look and see who guessed appropriately. Like I said, it felt like a really good landing. Nerd with wings, in my opinion. Not looking at any data, I got a feeling you might have gotten it. But we'll see. But again, this is where usually I park. Of course, we got to go all the way to the end of the. Haven't heard anyone coming in. Clear right. Clear left. All right, and yes, folks, I'm going to tell you right now, it is amazing the aviation out here in the Far East. While yeah, there's the Airbus, the tiny Airbuses, and 737s. The amount of heavy aircraft traffic out here is just incredible. And it's not like they're flying, onesie twosies in there. They're flying hundreds of people per flight. Unbelievable the amount. Just blows my mind, let alone that in the cargo industry. Now, granted, air cargo is kind of in a slump right now, but boy, unbelievable out here. When you see all these cargo spots, you're going, what the? Yeah, it really is that busy out here, folks. Clear all these off. All right, let's conclude, shall we? All right, fuel switches will turn off as soon as we double check that autopilot. Yep. Okay. And lights on. And let's turn the fuel switches off. Okay, exterior lights are off. Doors may now be opened. Beacon off. All right, folks, welcome into Taipei. Hopefully doing justice here with UPS and parking in the right spot. If there is even such a thing, they may just, what's ever open. It's not much cargo running up here, folks. All right, so we're here. Let's take a look here. Let's get the, since it's going to be on the ground for a few minutes, we'll turn these off. Okay, let's get the airplane opened up. All right, folks, welcome again to Taipei. All right, let's take a look at this. First thing I'm going to do is, of course, look in here. Oh, man. Wasn't kidding, folks. 3 feet a minute. Wow. That's not bad, folks. Not bad at all. That's what um, smart cars with Mac Air recorded. 3 feet per minute. Now, we all know the airlines and Sim Toolkit sometimes very rarely agree. Let's see what Sim Toolkit put down. 268 feet a minute. Really? Ah, felt so much better than that. Sorry, Nerd with Wings. I think you might have still won. Nope, I did because of 300. Okay, well, bummer. But anyway, folks, welcome again to Taiwan. Now, how we get up here to get the analysis, click OK. China came up. And 268. All right, so let's click in on that one. View the details. Okay, so it was an hour and a half long flight. Burned 11,800 kilograms of fuel. Landed 1.4 Gs. 268 feet a minute, right at about 161. So that could have been, but again, how the other one got it, unless there's a bounce, that I don't know. But let's look here, see how we did landing-wise. All right. First off, we're parked over here where a lot of airplanes are parked every which way but loose. There's the actual touchdown threshold. So you want to land from here out to this last set of hash marks. That is what's called the landing zone. We're a little long. We went 2,400 feet down the runway. However, we were only 5 feet off the center line. So, you know, overall, that's not bad, folks. 161, I think our landing speed was supposed to be ballparking 155, so a little fast. But overall, nice flight. Very, very good. I'm totally I loved it. All right, so I'm going to pull Sim Toolkit down and zoom a little bit on the. There we go. And we're going to take a quick break here as I reset. We're going to try a second flight. Now it looks like a lot of centers came up. All right, so it looks like one of those like European centers, the FSSs, has shown up here. Bang, wow, all of China. Big Mac. All right, well. Now, I was trying to see if maybe the Philippines would work too, but that's a little longer flight than. So we'll plan still for Shanghai and see how we do. Got just some notes. Oh, okay. So today from 11:30, is it today or tomorrow? Tomorrow. Well, wait a minute. It's already tomorrow there. From 11:30 Z till 15:30 Z. They have an event. Soiho May is the name of it, and it's, like I said, May 31st. Along with where we're headed, so might be picking up some traffic. Who knows? I think we're way past the event times, but we'll see. Well, actually, we're still showing. Okay, so it probably really does mean tomorrow. All right, so we're going to go from RCTP to ZSPD. Oh, it's still pending. That's why I was trying to figure out why is my landing not showing. That's why. All right. So let me get here to the file. Just gonna book a flight real quick, folks. There's one. All right, we got us a flight, and what do we? This one. Okay. And for it, we're gonna disconnect from VATSIM for the time being, for wastement of their resources while I sit here. And I will be right back, folks. All right, folks, back with you here. This one is actually not as easy as I thought it would be. Wow. Um, all right, so I think we'll just, yeah, we'll just do that. We'll do 2-3 right if it'll let me. Okay, we'll go with that off 2-3 right. Weather in here is 2-0, so hopefully 3-5 right works. Sure which runway that'll be. All right, we'll go with it. So we'll take off here. We'll plan. Plan for a lot more time on the ground than we think we'll need. And boy, this is a weird route. Okay, well, we'll try it. We'll see how it works out. That's all we can do. Let's go over here to flight planning. Load it. As you can see, it looks kind of weird. I don't get it myself, but that's the way it is. We click fly now. All right. So now this center is at or above 24,500. All right. So basically we're going to fly off. You can see how this is. It's kind of squirrely. It adds a significant amount to us, and it is raining where we're going. So this could turn fun. All right, today's flight, 6 people were taken with us. Um, 2-3 right. We're going to fly the Piano 1 Delta to Lima 3 to Viola, R596 to DST, B221 to Shenzhen, let's see, W58 to XSY and N. I don't know if there's an actual star or not, folks. Okay, 35,000, then we go into the fun meters thing. Okay, 200 still for the weather. Let's see just how horrible. All right, here, not bad. 220 at 4, right down the runway. Beautiful day. There in Shanghai, instrument conditions prevail. We got 5,000 meters on the visibility, light showers, drizzle broken at 600. So we do need to look at the charts, folks. Still, in my opinion, we're okay, but something we gotta have to take into account. Oh, we actually may have an approach, folks. Okay. Let's look at this one. This is a bit longer. Okay. We'll be out of his sight, so hopefully, unless ATC comes up, I'm going to go with this one. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, we'll have to get up here. Okay, there we go. That'll work. All right, so you can kind of see now. We're going to take the BK1 in for 3-5 right. Hopefully we're on the wrong side of the run. 3-5 right. Oh, we can park down here. Cool. We'll park in this cargo area here. I think most of the U.S. carriers head there. We'll head for cargo 3. All right, and that's only if we have a controller that we have to worry about it. Okay. Oh, you all didn't see that, but I've got that planned out now. We'll show it here in a second. All right, so the winds, okay. Oh, and real quick, get my instrument approach in. ILS. Perfect. All right, and we have Cat 2 capability. And Cat 1. Okay, so we're looking good. If we just fly a normal, minimums are 200 AGL and 800 visibility, 550 RVR. Okay, we are not showing an RVR, so we're good. We're at 600, we're good. Thumbs up. We're good for this departure, folks. Getting it into VATSIM, and then we're going to get a rapid setup here. Hopefully a lot faster than last time. Looks good. All right, folks, let us get with it. All right, up into the cockpit we go. We're going to keep the EPU on. They've got our stuff unloaded. All right, we're going to... All right, let me... Estimating 421, 457. All right, so make this a lot quicker. Cool. Just got to drop 1,000. All right, so all right, fuel. All right, fuel for this flight we're blocking out with 49,200. 4920. Taxi still the same, ballast still the same, trip it's 23499. Okay, how we looking number wise? 68666, close enough. Landing weight a little off, but we're good. All right, and we're 30.6. Remember, folks, the key to loading this aircraft, okay, those of you just tuning in, wanting to learn about rotate, the key, 2 keys here on this page. Don't worry, well, worry what the payload says. However, what rotate's saying is this takeoff CG, this is critical, between 30 and 31%. Most I've seen, read, heard 30.5. Split the difference. 30.6 is cool. We'll go. We're not even going to change it. Don't worry. You just move it here to get that number there. The other is, it says it right here, enter trip fuel to compute and check landing weight. So here's your trip fuel. All right, so that is the critical things here. Now, what I'll do is click Apply Load and to the aircraft and the FMS. All that's doing, when we get in the FMS McDo, we're going to first do our flight plan. Or I'm sorry, we're going to enter the flight information to, from, and so forth. Then do a couple more things, come back, and then we do the rest of the first page. Then we go to the second page with the weights. This is loading all of that in for that page, so we can kind of help scoot along here. So that's what we're doing. Now we're going to come up here to ground ops. We're not running on ground power, so fuel service request. Load aircraft request. Why? Because we can watch it load. Hopefully. Yeah, it's going to bring them out. Okay, cool. Gives us a chance to stretch our feet, wait for them to load us up, even though they're not loading us up. Well, the aircraft's config file coming up, but the cans will not show in the bay. That's kind of a bummer. I know many don't like the word Captain Sim, but Captain Sim at least does allow you to see them. I'll be honest, I never checked them when you unload it. Were they always in there? Oh, there's something I never checked. All right, so again, we had a long delay in getting going, and it was my part, folks. I went down so many different rabbit holes. If you want to get in on the fun, head over to our YouTube channel when we post this. It should be maybe later tonight, tomorrow, but when it does, I hope you enjoy, because we had fun. So. And I know a lot of people out there could use that right now. So I hope, put a smile on your face, got you out of the depressing problems pressing both you and I, and we got to detach. That's what I use the flight sim for the most, to just detach from the world's problems and enjoy. Folks, that is the office I like, up in a plane above the ground. All the problems are down there, and I'm just up in my little office if you're flying Alaska going, oh my God, everyone should have an office view like they have, especially Southern Alaska. So, all right, so we're loaded, folks. To prove to you what I was saying, we'll come over here to that wing shot and turn the camera inside. See, no cargo, 460,000 pounds. Yeah, there should be at least 4 cans, if not quite a few. So again, a little let down, but it is what it is. All right, folks, we're going to try to turn this around. I have never done this in this plane, so we're hoping for the best. So, all right, so we already know we're connected. We have the APU on. If you're not sure, look up here. Look, APU available, and the bleed is on. All right, cockpit lighting's already set. Air system, we've got the APU on. Here we go. Now I'm going to move it up a little because guess what? We actually do a cargo check whether we want to or not. As soon as you turn the IRS on. And it's going to make me a liar. Sure did. See, we're having lots of fun. 2. And again, I've never turned this plane like this, folks. I don't even know if I can. I thought I could. I'm starting to think I can't. So, all right, we'll do it ourselves. Oh, all right. Let's get back down here. Let's do the enunciator test. Okay, they're all good. They're all good. They're all good. All right, and for that, a switch is still armed. The seats are. Go ahead and do that. All right, and FMC. All right, FMC as easy as 1, 2, 3. Sorry, folks. All right, so let's go to the FMC. Turn. Uh-oh. Please let me do this. All right, we'll get to this one in a second because we still may have to reset. We'll find out. We're not on VATSIM, so that's a good thing. All right. Let's see. Boy, we're just checking to see if by chance they're going to give us cargoes. Oh, they are. All right. Okay. Let me bring this in. Okay, I'm going to move this over a little. All right, folks, so we get coordinates for here. So let's go here. We need to first enter our company route, which is RCTP ZS Papa Delta. Zoink. Okay, that all looks good. Alternate for the flight. Zulu Sierra Hotel Charlie. Okay. All right, now let's look at our coordinates. Okay. What I brought in here, folks. Okay, we are parked. Gonna take a stab right here at 521. I'm gonna look outside the aircraft real quick, see if I am indeed pretty close. So we got 1. Yeah, we're at 520. Yeah, I'm getting reset here. So we're at stand 520. So let's look down here. 519, 520 can use this right here. 2505.8 east 121 14.4. We need 14.3. Okay, so we found out that our latitude is correct. 5.8. Okay. So let's click the line select here. Make this read 14.3. Either up or down. Of course, down. Believe it or not, folks, sometimes it is. If it doesn't work one way, try the other direction. Initialize. Position reference. Flight plan. Okay, folks, what that's going to do now, when this inertial reference system aligns, it's going to move us just a little bit closer to where we actually are on the airfield. Okay. Sometimes we can find it real easy where that reference point is, but I'm not seeing it right off the bat. We may need to go to here, and even then we may not find it, especially with overseas airports. But anyway, that just moved it. Let's just say reference point was here, putting it somewhere right in here. So we're narrowing it down, the GPS, to where we are. Okay. All right. With that, we could put our flight number in, but we'll wait. We've got a hydraulic test to do. And we got a couple of other things to knock out. I made a boo-boo. I should have covered that. There we go. Reason being, it's 2 clicks to be able to make certain things work instead of 1. And 1 can sometimes be very devastating. All right, you all didn't see that. My bad. All right, so let's continue on. The hydraulic test, it'll be pressurizing the system up here. Starting with this, we just got to make sure we have 5 gallons, and we do. There it goes. Okay, next up, let's set our comm radios. We'll come back to this. All right, again, the big things here. Make sure you're either just make sure with X-Pilot, folks, I can't say this enough to save you. If they're telling you to squawk mode Charlie, it's because this is not green. If it is, it's on their end, and you can go, it's your problem, not mine. That rarely happens, folks. Secondly, make sure both of your next to 122.8 TX and RX are highlighted. Make that happen. Make sure your microphone's on. Make sure your speaker is lit up and turned up. Okay. Yes, that does mean you can turn down those obnoxious people to a level where if you still get asked by center or somebody, you can listen in. All right, we are on right now X-Bounder, so that's why we're moving Charlie. All right, let's go back up here, see how the test is going. And they're bleeding off test passed. Okay. The other thing we need to check is our radios. You know what? With that center up, let's just go ahead, put him on. Are they all 133? Yeah, they're all 133.07. Not to say we're going to talk to him, but we might. Might have to, so we have it programmed. Not to say anything in Taipei couldn't come up. That's always a possibility, folks. All right, so let's get up here and keep rolling, shall we? Doing a lot better than we did earlier. All right, so the hydraulic, the comms, the glare shield. Okay, this we got to make sure. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the yoke. All right. Over. Okay, the big thing we need to do is make sure that we didn't set our... What's that pilot, man? He didn't set his altimeter. 1009. What's that pilot before us? All right. Actually, we'll go 400. Okay. All right, so we need to make sure we're in inches or hectopascals, or inches of mercury is a couple of digits, dot a couple of digits, hectopascals 4 digits, no dots. Okay. And if you're anywhere but the US, you're pretty much hectopascals. So make sure you're HP. You got your altimeter set, you got your altimeter bank angle. I'll show it again because I know some of you weren't here before. Zooming in. You see that little notch right below auto? Well, first off, that's where we want it, but that's what you're looking for. Where is that notch at? Some pilots will set 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Oh, sorry. Got into the Schoolhouse Rock again. But they might set it to limit the bank angles, especially passengers. Cargo, you know, hey, we'll put it to 50 degrees. Do a fighter turn on them. I know some of you see your packages and go, I know they do that. All right, so we're all set here. Let's head back down to the FMC. Now, this is where I'm liking some stuff, folks. Okay, I'm going to bring charts up one more time. We're going to walk through the flight real quick. All right. Why? So that you can see, because I really don't want to have both up at the same time. Because what you're going to see is, well, you're not going to see it right now. I'm going to click the nav display and it's going to set in between the two McDo's, and we're going to walk the flight. Then we're going to walk it here. All right, so here's our takeoff. Piano 1A or 1B. Now, why was it giving me such headache? What? We're going to do the Piano 1 Delta. Okay, current winds are 250 here in Taiwan at 3 knots. So really, we could launch north. We're going to do the 1 Delta. Why did it give me such consternation? There's no approach for that. Okay, so we'll take off. We'll go to TP30, decoy, octant. I lost myself here. Piano. All of this technically at 210 until established on our track. So basically when we take off, no faster than 210 till we're established towards decoy. Then we'll track to octant and at or above 8,000. Then out to Piano. Again, it's an RNAV departure, transition level 11,000, and ATS surveillance required. Well, we'll see. Hopefully not. We've got enough to worry about with China being. All right, so there you go. Then we just fly this weird course, Piano out to VIOLA, to Olive, to DST, to SHZ, to BK, and that's where we'll start our arrival. Okay? So, now that you've seen it, I know you're all going, well, we'll try to remember it. Yeah, well, we're going to walk through it, like I said. Okay, so what we're going to do is pull this down so it's in between. I like that, folks. Come come up here first, switch into plan, and I'm going to increase to 40. All right. First thing, flight number UPS 572, altitude 350. Till we get to China, and then it gets really squirrely. Because it switches to meters. I'll tell you right now, 351 is 10,700 meters, or 770, something like that. I forget what it actually read. So it gets a little squirrely. All right, temperatures. I'll get these. Because like I said, it's going to get squirrely in China. Okay, 350 is showing, looks like 39 degrees. Going to stick with 39. Yeah, we're going to stick with 39. So, minus 39. All right, now for the headwinds. Oh, this is always the hard part. Wind showing nothing. All right, we'll do the same thing here. Slash HD 000. All right. And our cost index is 200. Maximum altitude, our optimum is 35,000. Don't ask me why this thing's set in piano. Okay, not really sure why. Oh, I see why. Okay, I got it. Trying to figure out why it was hung there. Kind of annoying. All right, so remember when I told you we loaded the okay, I'll just show it instead. You know, it's always better to sometimes just show than try to walk us through where we've been. Okay, I hit this apply load configure to aircraft and FMC. So basically it loaded the weight. Now it also loaded it to the FMC McDo. All right, that's what we're going to see here. All of our weights are in here. So we press on to F plan. RCTP, SID, now. Going to depart 23 right. That is the piano 1 delta, I believe. 23 right, 1 delta. And by choosing the runway first, a lot of times it lowers your choices. Not always, but sometimes. Insert. Okay, so where Boeing, you hit this line select, it'll say step next to it. Here, we step with the arrows up. Decoy. There's piano, and then we walk it out, seeing, one, if there's any discontinuities or any big, everything you're seeing is linear, but if it goes really, you know, out, you're needing to figure out, what did I type in wrong? Okay. Let's see how this works out. Okay, we got our star. Now we are planning the 35 right ILS. However, we're going to come in on the BK-01 Alpha to, okay, so it's a general approach to both sets of two runways. So we're going to look K1 Alpha. Okay, now we're planning the ILS for 35 right, unless otherwise told. Insert. All right, now here's where things could get, it did. Okay. Okay, F plan, clear, clear. Okay, I need to clear that one. Okay, so there we're coming off Shez, direct BK, perfect. Just back out for just a second. So Shez to BK. Okay, then BK to Samkey, Bavkik, D20X. Perfect. Okay, and then coming into X. Into all right, so what I did, XS. Oh, I hope I did that all right. So XSY is 12 miles out, although it's not seeming to add right here. All right, well, we'll give it our best. That's all we can do, folks. So, everything looks loaded properly. All right, we're done with that. All right, so from here, after you've got your flight plan in, after you got all your weights set up, your next step is to head over to the takeoff approach page. This, folks, is where the new SimBrief tool comes in. So hopefully you all are out here catching this. So go to Sim Toolkit. Now, why do I use this? I think I've been, there it is. I have SimBrief tied right into it. And Okay, so here's our flight. Here's our flight numbers and our route. So now let's go to the performance tool. Now this was set up because I haven't reset it, and I hope that doesn't cause problems. Oh, no, it's at the right place. Takeoff. Oh, this is landing. That's why. All right, so we got to put the airplane in there. RCTP. Now put in your departure runway. Any of this you need. The weight, we can get this from Simbri, folks. Takeoff weight is estimated at 468,667. 468. Oh, I think I put a 9. Yep. 8667. Okay, we want our optimum flap setting. You definitely want to play with dial-a-flap. Come on. Lead settings and all of that we'll leave to it. Should not need any icing, but you never know. Flex assumed temperature, we're going to go ahead and enable. And switch that over. 10.9. Okay, good. Calculating. All right, so here you go, folks. Here's your takeoff data you're going to enter. Okay, we're going to go flap 15 again. We're going to flex to 60 degrees. It'll be a 143, 159, 166 in that ballpark, folks. It's not exact, but I'm telling you, it's a lot better than going, well, I really don't know, especially with aircraft I have no way of knowing. Okay. You also have your limits and that important runway stuff that we have to put in. Then it even diagrams it for you. Here's your V1 speed, which is the latest point you can actually reject. After that, it's try to commit to flight unless the airplane is just unable to. Then you got to ride it out. It may or may not stop on the runway. You just got to kind of ride that out. I've watched one, and everyone was getting after the pilot. It was a 747-200 of all things, folks. Well, V1 he should have rejected. Why is he not? Well, because when V1 happened, he lost one engine, so he was preparing to commit to flight when he lost a second engine. Yeah, you're time to ride it out into the safety area he went. Yeah, the aircraft was totaled, but there isn't anything he can do at that point, folks. When you lose both engines, you can't go to flight, even if it's above V1. Good try. All right, so we said, let's go ahead and pull this away. We're going to flex at 60, I believe it was. Yep. So 60 it is. Here, I'll make it so you guys can see it a little better. Coming down, now we have a slope. All right, and I kind of figured we did. It's up 0.09. So how do we put that in here? Just like Airbus, folks. Slash and whatever the wind is here. All right, update. Okay, we got a headwind 02. All right, so we'll put HD 02. Like I said, folks, I affectionately call this the Airbus 11. You're seeing a lot of Airbus in this. Okay, we're going to go PAX on. PAX on. PAX off. Flap 15. There's our V speeds. Okay, just for quick comparison, Okay, I'm showing 142, 155, 164. They're showing 143, 159, 166. That's actually, in my book, that's not bad. Not bad at all. So we'll go with it, and we'll just click and click and click. Voila, we're done. All we got to do now, go up to the FCP front control panel, that's right here, and start plugging in our numbers. Okay, first thing, speed, 50. Good question. Runway heading. 2, 3, 4. As easy as 1, 2. Set. All right, now the big question of the hour. Okay, no ATC in Taiwan, 35,000. Here we go. Now, when we get up to VIOLA and we start turning and enter his airspace, we'll flip it to here so we can set proper altitude. Okay. And that's it for there. Next up is our ND setup, which pretty much is already set up. First thing, make sure we're on map. Next, traffic. Traffic and data at 10. Oh, sorry. Data's on. Right here, you can see them both. VOR1, VOR2. Both sides, good. Set your radiuses where you want. Okay. One notch. There we go. Got this one set for 80, for 40. Folks, the weather radar will not show the weather here. Zevo, Flight Factor, TOLUS does. Actually, so did VIOLA to some degree. So we're hoping Rotate can get theirs to start to show it, or that may just be something they can't. Who knows? If you don't mind, give me a second here. We're going to go here. Close, close, close. All right, and we are set, ready for engines. Start them up. Connecting. Give it a couple seconds. We are online on VATSIM now, folks. And I am in, oh, not that one, wrong one. I was getting ready to start up another airline. ACARS system. Sorry, Mac Air. That's what you get when you fly for too many. And start this flight. All right, and we're flying VATSIM. There we go. We are online with Mac Air. Online here shortly with China. And well, oh, we just popped in there. How about that? All right, folks, we have a couple of minutes here. I'm going to take a quick break, catch my bodily functions up, and we'll be right back to fly this out to Shanghai. One moment. All right, folks. Just so you know, I could have to break away here kind of quick. The dog went outside, which is great. Thumbs up, and laid down. So while it's only in the mid, maybe upper 70s out there, he may say, "Time out, I want in." So we'll go get him. That's awesome. All right. So let's get ready to start up, shall we? Let's get that door and ladder away from my plane. All right, next up, let's go ahead and call better pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
I want to go home.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
All right, and all right, so let's go through it here. Windshield defog is already on. Anti-ice, we are not required. Air panel set. APU. Why would I turn it off? Oh, this after start. Oh, I'm like, what? Okay, parking brakes. I'm like, why would I turn my APU off to get started here? All right, so parking brakes on, seatbelts on, armed, armed.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Cleared to connect. Hydraulic system set. Yeah, I lied. It will be in a second. Hydraulic pump. Okay, pump, transponder. Is X-bounder. And we'll use system A this time. Packs off. And okay, we'll switch to the engines.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Stand by, folks. I'm going to check my dog. All right, he looks totally content. Of course, as soon as I'm ready to do something, let me in. Brakes off. Oh, she isn't going to do anything. You know why, don't you? Chocks are still set. Now, look what happens.
Starting pushback, and you may start engine.
Magic. Okay, we do have the beacon on, right? Yep. Let's go ahead, start some engines. Number 3 first. Okay. That magenta or blue, aqua, whatever you want to call it line, when the white line reaches it, we can flip the switch to run, fuel control switch. It's usually around 17%. And then we watch it build. Once it stabilizes, then we'll start number 1. All right, we're just about there. Let's go ahead, crank up number 1. Again, there's that blue line. Once we reach it, it's again around 17%. We'll kick in the fuel. Of course, Airbus, this is all automatic for the most part, unless you have an abnormal start, which we need to do one of those in the Airbus. We've done them in Zemo. They're pretty fun. Haven't tried it yet in the Airbuses.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Just about there, folks. All right, engine stable. Go ahead, crank up the middle engine. All right, folks, all our
Tow is
everything's
disconnected
great.
and bypass bin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have fun up there.
And thanks for the pushback there. Better Pushback, a free product, folks. Highly recommended if you don't have it. And we'll see you next time. Matter of fact, this step we didn't cover last time. What's going to happen is the tug stops, they get out, show us the pins, and then they disappear. It's one thing you definitely want to make sure. One, your gust locks aren't in place. Otherwise, takeoff can be tricky, if not impossible. Two, gear pins are out, so your landing gear goes up. Otherwise, you're going to fly however far with your landing gear down. And you got to watch your speeds, all that good fun stuff. All right, we're fully spooled up. All right, so windshield defoggers are on anti-ice. APU can now be turned on. Now it makes sense. APU's going off. Pack 2 coming on. All right, coming on down. Hydraulic pumps are set. APU will turn off. Okay. All right, so it wants us to go to config. So we can our surface check. Always do it, folks. Don't matter if you're the same crew that brought the plane in, taking the plane out, you should always check. Be because believe me, you can't do this. You ain't taking off. Those surfaces don't respond as they're supposed to. Not leaving the ground, and some corporate guys got in a hurry, forgot to remove them or check them, and then check the surfaces to make sure. Yeah, they didn't live to tell the tale. Other than the news meeting. All right, let's go to the engine now. Just check. Now we'll go engine. Okay, we need to set our trim to 4.7. Thing you really need to learn. All right, I'll be right back, folks. I'm going to check on the dog before our move here, and we'll be right back. And we'll be out of commercial. Again, sorry for that slight delay. Looks like the dog is quite happy. All right, so we left off with the engines, cabin report, takeoff data, confirm the speeds. Look good. Flight controls, check state trim set, auto brakes to takeoff. Flaps. My favorite part. Folks, dial a flap. 1-800 dial a flap. If you don't know the number, 1-800 dial a flap. See, dial a flap. Dial a flap. Set your takeoff setting. Pick your pick what you want, but call dial a flap. 1-800 dial a flap. Boy, I just love making fun of that. I would love to meet the engineer that came up with that idea. Concept, I understand. Name, I just, gosh. I'm sorry if I'm the only one that finds that funny. Oh well. Oh well. Sorry for you. Whoops. Because I find that just flat out hilarious. Oh, all right, folks. Let's head for the runway, shall we? Again, we are on VATSIM. We do have center primarily. He's up for all of China, folks. So once we get airborne and we turn in, he'll be our controller until we drop below 24,000. Also, we are not in VAT USA territory, so there is no CTAF frequency. So we stay on 122.8. Not 100% sure the whole whys of CTAF in VATSIM, but there's got to be some reason, somebody. At Taipei traffic, UPS 572 will be departing 23 right. Okay, let's get the strobes on. Flaps are set. Spoilers. You don't hear her complaining. And real quick, auto flight, go. EAD looks good, and we're ready to go. Exterior lights set, hydraulics, cabins ready, radar, Terra. That's where it's at. Clear for takeoff. Push on the yoke there. Airspeed's alive, 80 knots. Whoa, get back over here. Get your butt back over there. All right, V1. And rotate. MD-11 departure. What does that mean, folks? You all are used to something like this? Well, here we go. Crank it.
Stabilizer motion.
All right, we're on course. We got the autopilot taking it from here. Maybe. Hang on. Uh-oh. Should have been turning by now. There it goes. A little nervous. It must have been an altitude.
Stabilizer motion.
Okay, after takeoff, gears up, 4 lights off. Spoiler handle to disarm. Means the red line gone. Hydraulic panel, fuel panel set. EAD looks good. And get that autopilot brake set. We're on our way, folks. Headed for Shanghai. Hope y'all enjoy. This has been a pretty good turn. We actually got off a little, actually 4 minutes off. Actually, probably close to 7 or 8 minutes early. So that's a lot better than what we did out of Shenzhen. All right, now transition level here, folks, is 11,000 feet. So we'll be pushing the standard button here in a second. And I think my dog has now said, I've had enough of being outside. So we will be back here in just one moment. Let's go ahead and set that. He wants definitely in. He is not happy. Be right back.
Stabilizer motion.
All right, folks, we are back. And we're through 15, well, just about 15,000. Let's get those slats up. Okay, they're up, and we should be picking up speed here soon. All right, we're on our way to 35,000, folks. Hope you enjoyed that turn there in good old Taipei. We're heading on up. Okay, got all my checklists ready for when we're ready. Currently showing 50 minutes on the clock. 50 minutes till we're coming in. And since we were moving there pretty good, let me just check a couple things out here in the chat room. All right, Nerd with Wings, you got your wish. We are headed for Shanghai. Interesting, I'm not showing any controllers. Did he go down? Wow, he did. Huh. Must not have wanted to deal with me. Must have a bad name in the FATSIM. All I know, folks, there's a lot of rain where we're going. So we'll do our best here. But I hope you really do enjoy, folks. Thank you again for flying with Mike today. It's a privilege to always be on for y'all. Second leg, we flew from Shenzhen over in the Hong Kong, between Hong Kong and Guangzhou, over to Taipei, now to Shanghai. So hope you all enjoy. Like I said, we're down to about, well, as we keep climbing, the clock comes down, but we're down to about 40 minutes, folks, 40 minutes. So real quick here, we're going to go ahead, start looking at our arrival. As soon as I get the charts up here, let's see, charts. All right, so as you can see, folks, as you can see, we're way back here. We're still working out the Piano 1 Delta to Piano, and then we join the Alpha, or Lima 3 up to VIOLA, and then work our way over to DST and on in. All right, so pretty decent flight ahead. Now, once we get over there, we're going to be descending to cross BK. We're on the BK01 Alpha. That is our planned arrival. Planning 35s, specifically 35 right. Okay, so the goal, flight level 18.7. And then at Samke, and then 23.6 from XSY at altitude 8860. Below? Folks, that's like 10,000 or 30,000 feet. I'm really confused here. Are we aiming for 8860 feet or meters? So, folks, those of you, it's been a long time since, that's a lot of the reason that you don't see me fly. I think that is what it is. They're wanting me at 2,700 meters. 18.7 is 5,700 meters. Okay, I think I'm starting to get this chart. Wow. Okay, and our max speed, initial approach, I guess from here, 205 knots. Can't be. Again, part of the reason I try not to fly over here, it really does get confusing. All right, especially here on that. 2960, 900 meters. Okay, so they're giving it to us in Jepson in feet. Okay, I'm there. Gotcha. All right. Holy mackerel. Okay, let's take a deep breath here, folks. All right, so we're going to come across BK. We're leveling off, by the way, at 35. Descending to be below 18,700, which is actually 5,700 meters. 8. Actually, we're aiming for 8860 by 23.6 miles to here. XSY. Then we're going to turn in. So, could be an interesting arrival. That's an NDB, something many of us don't track, including this guy. Get the seatbelt sign off. All right. Wow. Sorry it took a while for me to click on that one, folks. Now that's interesting. They're putting Hangzhou as our alternate, yet it's IFR. Didn't think that was how you do that. All right, so let's do it, folks. Across the top gives us all our different frequencies for approach, tower, ground. Remember, we are not VAT USA. We do not have to fly CTAF 122.8 unless you have a controller. Okay, the localizer, which we'll verify, is INN 111.9. Why is there an asterisk? Final approach course 348, mandatory 9.3 miles out. That's our final approach fix of 2960 on the altimeter, which is 2950 feet above the ground. All right, decision altitudes. All right, MSL is 210. Radar altimeter 200. We're set right now 4, so we'll need to dial it down. Transition levels 11,800 feet or 9. Oh, okay. If the pressure is 1031 or higher, we go to the higher number of 10,830 feet. If it's below 979, we use 8860. All right, so again, and we get this in Europe too, folks. So this gets a little complicated for us where it's very simple. 18,000 feet in the U.S., North America, folks, and so forth. So, like I said, it takes a little bit getting oriented here. Okay, missed approach. We're going to PDL, I hope. Yes, okay, so let you all read it, but basically it's straight ahead 500 feet, left turn, track 318 off PUD to 990 feet, turn left to the PDL VOR, and that's where we will hold. Pretty much a direct entry. Okay, and if you're curious, Pudong is 116.9 identifier PUD. Li Luzoa 109.4 Papa Delta Lima. And then if we do get called, we'll just fly the approach again. All right, if and when. Okay, one more time, folks. We're coming in from here. Maximum altitude of 8860 feet. Thank you. I understand this chart now. Direct Xuyan, if I said it right, the initial fix. Then we turn inbound on the localizer. Mandatory at this location 2960. So pretty much when I get to VIOLA, I'm going to switch this to meters, and that's what we fly this in. Actually, I may not be. I don't think I have to. But if they tell me something, I've got charts here to help me out. Okay. Right, then we'll just track the localizer in. Again, 2960 XSY VOR. 9.3 miles out, we need to be at 2960. That's only about 3 miles between the VOR and that point. And then we join the glide slope. Okay. We're looking at probably about 800 to 849 feet a minute to maintain that. Full high ALS2s, and there's the missed approach again. One last time for the minimums here, 200, broken or overcast, or higher, we're good. Anything lower, we switch to Cat 2. Visibility 800 meters, 550 on the RVR. Whew, sounds like fun, folks. Really does. Okay, now we're 280 miles out from top of descent. We're going to double check that. All right, so that takes care of the chart portion. I'm going to get rid of X-Pilot and bring in Sim Toolkit. And the only reason I really bring it in is one, you can see that blob. That's where we're headed, folks. But two, I have SimBrief tied to it. Okay, this is set right now. This was our takeoff data. Okay, this is achieved right here, performance and tools. Now we're going to the landing portion. Landing performance data. We're flying 257 UPS, going to ZSPD. 35 right. We're going to get credit? Nope. All right, where's our weight? I don't think that's going to be our weight. 44767. 444767. 35. And okay, I'm going to verify the weather. Verified as crappy. 280 at 4,000. And so again, good. 4,000 meters for our landing is above 500. Good. Broken at 700, so above 200, we're good. So we're still cleared for the approach. And everything is 21 degrees, sound right? Yes. Okay, wet conditions. Go. All right, so what you're seeing over here, right here, is the numbers we're looking for. Our ref and our approach. Reference speed is 155 again, 160. So we're landing on a wet runway. Now the only thing it's really not telling you is the recommended brake setting. Got something for you there, but you gotta know meters or pounds or kilograms and all of that good stuff. It's part of your checklist if you fly the tutorial. Hey, here's our weather, run by crud. 1009, yeah. And then this is how it will look. Pretty decent runway. We're gonna pretty much need it all. Not because of the landing, we'll get off on the taxiway, but we're parked way down at the other end of the end of this runway. All right. So this is what's new to SimBrief. This takeoff and landing performance data. Really something cool, folks. Get in there, learn it. It is. I haven't tried this one yet, so I need to just to see how it works. Unless it's just pulling routes. But yeah, that is just dynamite. All right, so let's get in here. We have 253, so it says, to top of descent. All right, everything. As long as we fly 160 and land it, we're looking good. 11, everything's good, folks. Right. Okay, we're beginning to make the turn towards China. Dun, dun, dun. Wait a minute, we took off from China, so it's okay, not too bad. But we're on our way. Looking at the chart, we got about 30 minutes, folks. So hope y'all enjoy. Good runs today. Great. Oh my gosh, what a landing into Taipei. Let's see how we do when you spice it up a little with weather. All right, let's go over here. I don't think we have anything yet over here. What's this? Oh. And here's that Here's the tutorial flight that comes with it, folks. It'll walk you through it all. Oh, how it would work here. But anyway, check it out, folks. It'll walk you through it, folks. Really nice, well done charts, maps. Let's go back to map. There's China, folks. Dun, dun, dun. All right, time to make that turn towards it. All right, and like I said, folks, it appears there is no ATC, which we were looking at FSS covering the whole country, and yes, they're not anymore. Why are we overshooting so much? Set to auto. It's like it just doesn't want to put it into a bank. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start setting up for the approach. Decision altitude. Still looks like no ATC. Let's kind of piecemeal this. So there's the mark for top of descent out around SH seams. Okay. Alright, so it's not telling me distances. Okay. Let's see if things simple. That. Cupid. Okay, we're gonna descend before Shenzhen. Thought that was the name of it. Just took off from Shenzhen. Gosh. And I thought English was rough. 35,000. Oops, 35. Now to 8,000. 5 minus 8 is 27 times 3. Okay, Shenzhen just might work. Just could. Okay. So when we get to, I'll show you what my game plan is. So currently we're right here headed for Hokkaido, DST, then we're coming up here to Shenzhen. Right about there, we're going to start our descent so that at D20 or 202X, we will be at 8,800 feet, and then we'll work the approach. That's what I'm hoping for, folks. See if things play out my way. Never does. Alright, so VIOLA SULEM. What the heck is SULEM? Oh, back behind me. I passed it up. Okay. 1040. I think we're pretty close to that. Then DST 10K. Then Shenzhen, and then on in. So 1010. Go ahead, play this by the flight plan. Then we'll descend to 1010 next. Hoping I'm doing this right. And then we'll set up for our descent into after DST. Still planning, I don't think we're going to be much off. I think we're down to like 33. Actually, we're at 34,280. Alright, and then 1010. I don't know exactly. But again, Shenzhen VOR will start our downward progression towards our arriving airport. Hope y'all enjoyed. Great time today. Great time. I love talking to y'all. Love to meet y'all here in chat or over on Discord. So please, thanks. Take this as thank you so much for being with Flying with Mike. And if by chance the commercials make you miss something, you can always catch it over on YouTube. Like I said, it'll be later tonight before this will be posted, but I hope you enjoy. We've been on the air now close to 5.5 hours, so it's going to take a little bit to upload. We just take it raw, folks. I don't go in and start editing because, you know, when you start doing that, there's going to be a piece that people wanted to see. So I've learned to just put it all up there. Yeah, it's a long video, but I think you all enjoy. If not, take a look at the rest. We have all of our flights up there, folks. So check them out. All right, we are level at 10,450 on the meters. And we'll, at the next fix, turn and descend to 1010. All right, folks, just doing some email checking. What's up here? One of our meteorologists, she kind of cracks me up. Oh, ouch. Never know, but McConnell, I'm assuming yesterday, don't quote me, folks. Some maintenance folks didn't follow a checklist and they somehow retracted the nose gear while parked on the ground. Don't know, don't want to know. That's not an easy chore, folks. I'm just looking at Facebook here. All right. Oh, starting to get the coughs again. All right, let's go down to 1010. $33,100 roughly. Oh, so they've got the new beta up. Okay, well, folks, we're still in beta 4. I see Nerd with Wings has beta 5. Get that, we'll have that for tomorrow's flights. So, give it a try tonight, see if there's any quirkiness we need to know about, but so far so good. We haven't had any of such things. Now this turn was much better than off of Olive. Don't get it. Whatever. Alright, so we're making the turn, headed for SHZ. Yeah. Oh, it's got us in a descent anyway, so it's... Okay. Got it. I get it. Alright, let's get down here. Yeah, we're not going to see a top of descent off of here. Alright, no problems. Okay, so now that we're down to 2,000 feet, we can actually get past Shenzhen. Actually, I'm still going to plan it. Because I want to be down, just like we were in Taipei, get down and be in a position where I can set up better on the approaches. All right, so I hope y'all are having a great day, and we're gonna keep pressing in. Chat. Oh, I see what's going on. Try that again. There it goes. Somehow it got turned that crazy and accidentally X'd it out. Never know. Alright folks, we are working our way there. Hope y'all enjoy. We'll start our descent just before SHZ and then bring it down to 8860, I think it is. And then continue it down to 2960. by the way, folks, if you do by chance run into questions about that I can give it my best. I can't always guarantee I have the answer, but love to hear your questions, be it here live on stream on Twitch, or if you hit me up on Discord. Great questions have come out of there, great comments from our YouTube channel here of late, and thank you so much. Now, an interesting note that I came across kind of made a little bit of time on the ground, and let me bring in some toolkit here. Well, a couple minutes. All right. What kind of gave us a little fun here is if you go to the dashboard. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, here it is. Starts in 14 hours, but when you read it, it says it's Friday night in May. There will be a full ATS coverage here, okay? Now on SimAware, the event is May 31st at 11:30 Zulu to 15:30 Zulu. So got it, because where I was having fun with this, folks, it's already the 31st over there. But 11:30 would be, boy, that would be, that'd be kind of late at night. Well, anyway, there's where I got myself all turned around. All right, all solved. Solved, and I was just having fun saying it's already the 31st where we're flying, but at 11:30 Z, geez, what time would that be there? Plus 10. Talking. That's at least 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night. So that's, wow. That's yeah, it's an interesting time frame, folks. So anyway, there you go. There is an event planned tomorrow at 11 to 1500 Zulu in this region. So hope you all, if you're into that, you'll be there and helping them out. I don't think we will be. Although, that's even early for us, about 5 in the morning. No, wait. Yeah, that's about 5 in the morning here. 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. Hawker 125, I think you'd like that. Been wanting me to fly really early. It's a shame he's not here. Or even lurking about. But anyway, that is our moderator. Folks, if you do get a chance, you see Hawker, check him out, give him a follow. You never know what he's going to do. He may fly a sim, DCS or flight sim, may play the drums, may help you learn the drums. and may just play some off-the-wall game. So check him out, folks. Give him a follow. Just check him out, folks. He is a moderator here at Flying with Mike. And he's missing one of his favorite planes. He kept pushing and pushing and pushing on me. And I decided to fly it just for him and show him just how easy it really is. A lot of people say it's complicated, but you gotta parse it down to what it really is, folks. It's just literally, it's just a big Airbus with wings when you boil down how everything is on the plane. The toughest parts, again, the McDo becomes super simple when you think Airbus. This turns, the only complexity is knowing which way to put the arrow. And then the upper deck here, it's all, you know, pretty much, if it's dark, it's set right. If it's not, either turning it on or that will do it. It's just like an Airbus. So, heck, they can't even do the alphabet right. Or the numbering. 1, 2, 3. I thought 1, 2, 3. You know. Guess you give them higher education, they get that way. I don't know. All right, we're gonna flip-flop back. Uh-oh. Sent a video to my wife. I figured she'd like that. All right, so we need to descend here, folks. So we cross Samkey below 18,700 to 80, we'll call it 8860. 8860. Put it back in meters. 8860 is 27. All right, folks, we are starting that descent. Our airport's right there, folks. And our descent point is right on target. Hopefully. Keep an eyeball. All right, let's get our weather here. Last update. As of 17 minutes ago, winds 290 at 3 meters per second. What that translates to in a knot, I have no idea. 4,000 meters, light showers, drizzle, broken still at 700, and 21 and 20. So, I don't know, did we change and ended up flying into London? Sorry, folks. That's how it always was when I went into London. It's always raining. It's always either raining or foggy. And rarely did I have a beautiful flight. Unless I turned the weather off. So, nothing against you guys in London. That's just the way it always was. And I'm finding a lot of times flying in this portion of Asia, always inundated with a lot of rain. Last year, it was cyclone after cyclone after cyclone coming through here, or I guess typhoon after typhoon after typhoon. So, just, what do you know, that's what you get sometimes. By the way, folks, Saturday starts hurricane season. So those of you down on the coasts, start thinking now, what do we do if one comes our way? I really haven't paid attention to what the forecast looks like for this year. For some reason I haven't seen the guy I normally follow. He must have booted me. Why? That or he got booted. One of the two. Right now, we look like we're in the eye of a hurricane. That big wall coming around, except it doesn't go all the way around. So, but anyway, just be thinking, what would you do if, say, a Category 3 or better heads your way? I know before Memorial Day they were tracking, I'm going to call it, by the official meteorological term, lob, south of Jamaica that went due north, headed towards Bermuda. Whether it turned into anything or not, I never heard. So, but kind of looking to see if we can get something to fly on this year, and see how it looks with X-Plane's default weather. I usually get disappointed, folks, not in X-Plane or any sim, but that they're so limited in the range. And I get it, they only can go by so much. But you get like 100 miles out of coast, and you're in clear skies. So you need active sky or something like that to go. My bad. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to yawn at y'all. To go into further out to see it. Because those programs will pull from the buoys and all of that are out there. So, kind of looking to see if we get lucky this year. Get something where we can fly on it. Might take the C-130 up for a spin, literal. Last time wasn't a great flight. Yeah, clouds are looking phenomenal. Like I said, looks kind of like an eye of a hurricane, but it's really not. Just a big wall of storms. All right, let's see where we are. 18th.
Stabilizer motion.
Transition level on this approach. 11,800. Okay. QNH 1010. We're just going to go ahead, set. Here we go, folks. Will we re-emerge on an airport? We'll find out. Stay tuned. So, Nerd with Wings, are you flying Beta 5? Is there something really cool coming? Just enjoying the weather? Just started it. Nice. All right, here we go. I'm going to go ahead and start slowing us down. Speed brakes. Go, speed breaker. Go. Different show. Never mind. Into the clouds we go. Let's go ahead and turn on our engine ice just to be safe. Look at the news. Anything I'm supposed to be looking for, I'm looking at. That's it, the news. Sorry, folks. Something got caught in my throat.
Stabilizer motion.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and continue us on down to about 220. Oh, looks like Symptom Kit needs a reboot. Oh, nope, nope, it came back. Oh, don't do it yet, Mike. All right, so we're slowed up here. Okay, let's get our brakes set to medium. Get our lights on that we forgot to do for takeoff. All right, folks, we are getting ready for approach. Come to slats. I'm a little confused on this in that it's saying initial approach maximum speed of 205 knots. I'm not sure where that guideline comes in. Okay, and we're going to continue now to 2960. All right, so we are on the approach. We're headed for XSY at 2,900 feet. I'm going to check my... Okay, it is not set. 111.9. 8. Oh, great, it's not showing up. What the heck? Oh, great, we got a bad frequency here, folks. Really bad. Okay, let's try, nothing's working here, folks. All right, well, we're gonna just do our best. That's all we can do.
Altitude.
One decimal. Nope. Nope, not there. All right, all right, let's arm everything up. All right, Batman, this is gonna be interesting. All right, so we're coming down. Set it to 400.
Altitude.
Okay, I don't know 9.3, so we'll just go by the chart here.
Altitude. Stabilizer motion. 2500. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
Okay, 4 green brakes set, spoilers armed. This is not how I wanted to fly this.
Stabilizer motion.
All right, folks, this is how you fly it blind. Of course, I could always just get rid of the weather, not worry about it. Shanghai traffic, UPS 572 heavy on the 35 right. Hopefully, ILS.
Stabilizer motion. Stabilizer motion.
Got a runway, folks.
Autopilot. 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 500. 4.
That's one way to fly it. Not recommended.
Sink rate, 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 sink rate.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Welcome to Podung, Shanghai. Okay, that's not how I ever want to fly an ILS approach down to close to minimums. We did break out, folks, at about 500 feet. Whew. All right, we made it. I think the meteorological term for Shanghai today is yucky. All right, auto brakes off. Shanghai traffic, UPS 572 off 35 right, taxiing to cargo parking. All right, checklist time, folks. Whew, that was fun. Not really. All right, speed brakes. All right, auto brake stay trim, 2-3 units. Okay, and any ICPs fired up AT weather transponder. All right, let's turn into cargo and find us a spot to park. Welcome to Shanghai. All right. Okay, let me run through this after parking. Okay, weather radar off. I don't think I ever turned it on because it doesn't show anyway. Go to X bounder. Okay, seatbelts off. Exterior lights off. IRS off. A minute. All right, and emergency light. Okay, let's see. APU's running. Here comes the bleed. All right, and shutting them down. All right, again, if I haven't said it enough, welcome into Shanghai, folks. Interesting, very interesting approach. We did not have an ILS, and I could not find one on the map. That's kind of weird. Thankfully, we were able to, use the charts and come in that way. Ooh, doggy. No, folks, I would not highly at all recommend following Flying with Mike on how to fly that approach. All right, ground ops. Let's go ahead, throw some chocks in there, bring the air stair up, and open the main door. Groundies, get the rest of the doors open. There you go, folks. Shanghai. All right, let's hey, I'm just getting rid of charts. Let's take a look at this. First off, from the standpoint of the airline, 172 on such a crappy approach. Okay, we'll take it. Not as good as our 3 feet a minute before, but we'll take it. Wow. Just, okay, so let's take a look at this with Sim Toolkit. "287 feet a minute, folks. Just hit the green flag to end the flight. And there we go. All right, so 287 feet a minute here, folks. Again, no complaints. There's what it looked like. All right, so let's get into it. Yeah, we landed short. I had a feeling we would, just by the way I was flying it. 17 feet off the center line, so I'm not real happy, but yet, you know what? We're still into landing zone. Pitch looks good. Speed actually looks better. 2 Gs. Okay, so we woke up the passengers back there. And overall, this is a good landing, folks. 157, we landed at 287 feet a minute. I'm putting it as a win. All right, so there you have it. Folks, again, thank you so much for coming out. We're going to try to replay this, taking us off VATSIM. Otherwise, you get automatically booted. But first, I'm going to try something here. I'm just curious if it'll do it or if it's going to just reload us. Think it's going to reload us. It's kind of hoping it'd pull the cans off. Nope. Oh well, so we got more cans that aren't really inside to start with. Oh my goodness. All right, well, we'll get these all loaded on, and I thought it might reverse, but that's what I get for thinking, folks. All right, let me pull that overlay off. As soon as it's done, folks, we're going to do the replay. Don't think I forgot about it. All right, we're just about there, folks. And yeah, this is the only time you will actually see them. Actually, you know what? Let's try something. Hey, they're in there right now. Let's watch. Oh, well, hey. Okay, let's button up the plane. Get her ready. That was funny. Just making sure. Yep, they're closing. All right, and closed. All right, chocks are off. Let's see what happens, folks.
Twenty.
Oh boy,
Stabilizer motion.
I'm really far out. Holy mackerel. Sorry about that, folks. Okay, now we're turning for it. Here we go. Promise I won't go out that far again, folks. There's I just saw, oh, there it is. Scoot in a little further. All right, let's watch it now. Actually, that was not that bad of a landing. Not really all that far off the center line. Let's look at it from Hawker 125 cam. We are low. That I will definitely attest to. Let's watch it out the way. overall, not a bad landing, folks. I think you all can definitely see that. The reverse is still open. That's, again, that's just me, folks. I like animation that in replay doesn't work right. We are going to look at it just in front of the cockpit. Actually, that is just really, I am not overly displeased at all. All right, let's here.
Sync rate, sync rate, sync rate, sync rate, sync rate.
A lot going on there, folks, when we popped out to see the runway. Wow, beautiful landing. We are gonna try, no guarantees, folks, to see if the tower, let's go a little further to give us some work. Let's see how the tower looks. I don't think we're gonna get to see us. Oh. Yeah, we're not going to. Actually, folks, if you looked at where those aiming bars were, we were just about on them on here. So, folks, I want to say thank you all so much for being with Flying with Mike today. Yeah, we can't see it from up here. But thank you so much. Thank you for, spending some time with us. What you gave, what you could. We sure do appreciate it, folks. This was a absolutely fun adventure. We flew from Hong Kong, Shenzhen, I believe is how you say it, over to Taipei, up to a very rainy, soggy, ILS inoperative airport, Shanghai. And we're here, folks. Again, I hope you all had a great day. Tomorrow we'll be back in Europe. So hope you all have a great night. Again, thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Hang on a second as I'm getting things on it. So I hope you all have again, great, as I like to say it, Friday evening. Those of you already into Friday, I hope y'all enjoy. We'll see you tomorrow. God bless. Be kind. And hopefully those of you having not so fun, we hope we put a little smile on your face. Have a great night. God bless you all. See you tomorrow. And as always, we will, for the Twitch fans, try and find someone we can hand this off to. I think we have a customer.
Fudge muffins. Michael. Oh my God. What up, everybody? Welcome on in. Just give me a minute. I'll entertain you. In just a minute. I am about to be on a final approach into Memphis, Tennessee. Do I have any moderators that can properly say hi to everybody really quick? Taco Dude, if you're here, say hi to everybody for me really quick, please. You too, nerd with wings, if you have the capabilities to do so. Please welcome Mike and his posse in here, please. I appreciate it.
Thousand to go.
Mike, how you doing, buddy? I did not know you were streaming. I had no idea. Hello, 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 buddy. How are you doing, dude? Good to see you. Very good to see you, sir. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. We're about to be on a final approach into Memphis, Tennessee. Flew from somewhere to somewhere to somewhere. Gotcha. Okay, that sounds like fun. I don't know what those are. I'm not gonna lie to you, Mike. I have no idea what those are. And the MD-11. That sounds like fun. I'll give you that. I still need to buy the MD-11. Is he, Mike? From your experience, is the MD-11 good, decent plane? Oh, and the arrival in Shanghai. Shanghai. Oh boy. Mike got Shanghaied in Shanghai. Pretty much. Memphis traffic, Moose 1, type 737-800. We are final approach, fully established ILS, runway 18 center. Memphis traffic. Oh, brother.
2500.
The MD-11 is a good guy if you know how to fly an Airbus. It's similar to very somewhat. Is it? Well, then again, I might not buy it. I don't know. I might not buy it. Yeah, nerd. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's just a little bigger. Just a little bigger. Okay. Welcome in, Raiders. Hey, nerd. I think there's a raid call. I think I have a do. Nerd. Try exclamation point raid and see what happens. Just humor me for a minute. I think I have one in here. Exclamation point raid. Just tell me what happens. There we go. There we go. I knew I had something in there. Memphis traffic. Moose 1. 4.5 mile funnel runway 18 center. Fully established ILS.
Thousand feet, stabilized, Mr. Approach altitude set.
Memphis traffic, Moose 1, 2.5 mile final, runway 18 center, fully established. Memphis traffic. Alrighty, time to pretend to know what I'm doing.
300. 200.
Thank you, nerd. Thank you for that.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
It's gonna be a hard landing. Oh, that was hard.
Transponder set to
80
standby.
knots.
Yes, sir. I'd rather have it a hard landing by myself than a hard landing on autopilot. That was a me thing. That it was gonna be a hard landing, and I didn't know how to do it, so I took over a little bit. I figured to turn off the autopilot, but I took over. Memphis traffic, Moose 1, clear runway 8 center. 18 center.